Now is your chance to be a big shot. Hello. Hi everybody, how y'all doing? Thank you doing sweet for the raid. Be a big shot, that's right. Fen, hi. Hi Merkrim Grael. Nico. Ale. Meister Jazz, Merkwim, Sen. Laura. Jojo Numbers, Blue. Juno. Bobstick Tooligans. Pudsketch, Soccerfeety. I think it was a follow as well earlier. The Fancy Whooper. I've been catching a lot of Whoopers in Pokemon Go. In the last, 24 hours. They are spawning a lot for some reason. Quiet down the music just a little bit. For some reason it got up again. How's everyone doing? Hope everyone had a good old time over at Doik Swifts. Seems they just suddenly started dropping merchandise and all y'all, huh? It got me looking at Fourth Wall myself. I've been meaning to make a couple new items. Definitely still want to do a travel mug. Should probably do something for a sweater, because you know, sweater weather be upon us. The summer stickers. Did she finally find them? Were they found? Were they finally uncovered? Idea, what's up with you today? You had a singular cup of tea and a bowl of cereals? Sugar. If there was any sugar in your cup of tea. Yeah, and released? Oh, fantastic. I'm so proud. Where were they in the end? I probably was eating lunch when they were looking around still for that stuff. At around noon, I get up to go get lunch consumed, so I'm well fed in time before my own stream. It was a singular teaspoon of sugar, fair enough, on her desktop! No! Swift. Well, surely going forward, Swift will be a bit more organized so this doesn't happen again. I am well familiar with sometimes you just lose a file. It's just well, my expert settings were set to something unusual usually, and yeah. Now I don't know where the fuck I left it. Have you not met Swift? I have. Not in person. Would love to do so, though, one day. We have sometimes entertained the idea of visiting each other. But it's never come around to it. Fluxy, thank you so much for resubscribing for 8 months! Nearly an infant. Thank you so much. Hope you continue to enjoy the emotes. But yeah, I'm working on commissions today. I still have this character illustration I need to finish up, which I'm going to be looking over. I did the tidy sketch for it, and now I'm going to look for okay, is this ready to color? And then color, maybe? Maybe make some itty-bitty changes. Hopefully this drawing is not illegal by payment processors, because I saw something today on the blue sky and this morning while scrolling around. Because I don't know if y'all have been aware that some payment processors have been very stinky as opposed to what is and isn't allowed to be sold, and they're getting kind of silly with what kind of censorship they allow and what kind of shit needs to get censored. You know what they added to the list on the thing that I saw this morning? Characters with cat ears and fairies. Not even necessarily in SFW, just no, a character with cat ears and fairies, etc. was under the fantasy category. Oh no, yeah, that's right, Fen, you're in trouble. You're illegal. Get those fucking wolf ears out of here. Ew! No, of course not. God. Yeah, no, that's not a good sign. This is not great. How will the Japanese economy survive if no more cat girl? Not in my Christian household. Speaking of cat girl, I saw Grayel. I saw you redeemed a little Mishka update. I have a choice for you, Grayel. Because I have two photos. One I took just now, and one I took yesterday that's especially nice, I think, personally. So which do you prefer? Extra cute or fresh? Fresh photo. Image Japan banned porn and its economy would actually finally collapse. I think, you know, porn is the biggest industry in the fucking world. No joke. Porn is the biggest industry. By far. You know what's second? Games. And there's quite a gap in between their scale and size. So, yeah. What do y'all want for the catto? What does chat want? Does chat want a fresh Mishka photo, or does this chat want a extra cute photo? I'm permitting it for now. Hi, Kevin. Speaking of gamers. Extra cute? Alright, extra cute. I'm gonna set it up. Don't y'all fucking worry a thing. Trust me, this one's stinking cute. There's a cute cat photo coming up, everybody. Let me just also, prepare for posting in the server, !Discord. Speaking of playing with yourself, no, bad. I definitely didn't just mute just now to burp. Definitely not. Hey, is everybody ready for Cat? Too bad, it's here. There she is. Eepy! Tummy exposed, paws curled up, little beans out, pretending to be asleep. Back from Digit for the Moosh update, yeah! There's a good cat right there. That baby. Where's Ben? Yeah. Hey, you know what? For the people in the Discord, I'm gonna post a fresh one as well. So if you want the fresh photo too, gotta go join the Discord. Haha. Maybe he's out for his walk. I don't know. Lover tell me spot Ben still today? Yeah. I think he may be out for his walk. Getting his steps in. Now this cat girl will unveil, that's right, a second cat girl. Surprise! This cat girl has layers. Oh, we're moving on from intense Delta Rune to super chill Skyrim, I suppose. See. I want this some more? No. It's just, man, as of late, YouTube just doesn't want to stay in the playlist that I've heavily curated for stream, like, at all. It will leave after one video. Which is really fucking annoying. What's the point of a playlist, YouTube, if you don't play from a list? My list just cursed. We're gonna go back to some more intense music in a little bit. There's a lot of seagulls flying past my window. Hello? Good lord. Like dozens out there. Cat girl for free? I know. Shh, don't tell the payment processors. There's a cat girl on this stream. That was paid for. Oh, the line work? Thank you. It's just my sketchy, tied up sketchy looking dealio. Yeah, I'll be working on this. I'll finish it soon, probably. Let me open up the reference of this character as well, so y'all can compare. Y'all know the source material. These trees of white round are very loud. Wow. And she's gonna have the spooky appearance. Green cat girl. Really gonna go shower now for real this time. See ya. Have a good shower. Get good clean. I think just this boob is not quite in the right place. Other than that, I'm not really noticing anything. Should keep it flipped. I did see, though, in the thumbnail something about this ear that I like that I didn't do. The final thing. I think I liked it looking like it's more behind the head as opposed to sticking out like that. So let me just duplicate and see if we can skew it to look a little bit more like the thumbnail that I did. The joys of digital art. You just grab the thing and push it around and bam. You're relatively done. Alright. Energy. We have stuff to do today. I need the music. I need the beats. Because after this, I was hoping to finish some thumbnails for the next commission off stream yesterday. I could hopefully show them to the person who commissioned me and decide to move on from there. But yesterday was another one of those extra sleepy days, which was a little frustrating. Still managed to do everything I wanted to do, but just at a pace where it's like, man, this don't make me feel good. I may have to do something about that. Johannes, hello, welcome in. It looks very interesting, but I need to change this curve. Looks a little odd. Yeah. Hi, Ben. We were wondering where you were. There's one Mishka photo on the screen, but there's two in the Discord. Mish. Yeah, this is just more interesting. It also, this ear is higher than this one. Like there's more space or less space here on this ear than there's on this one, which doesn't make any sense. But now I need to make sure that they're not And the same height. I may push it down even more. Just to like have a bigger difference between the two. You could have been looking at me. You were doing chores. Not on your walk. That was my theory. That was my hypothesis. What kind of chores? Neighbor's cat came onto my bed this morning and wanted pets. Really claiming the place, huh? Cats are opportunistic creatures after all. Which is why it is ill-advised to feed cats that you see out and about. Maybe water, especially on like a hot day. But ideally don't feed cats that aren't yours. Unless you know for sure that they are a stray. Because for all you know, there could be someone else's cat who is on a specific diet. Like a diabetic cat needs different care and sustenance. And also, like I said, cats are opportunistic creatures. I used to have a cat when I was younger. And there was a neighbor who would sometimes feed her. And well, then my cat started hanging around the neighbor who kept feeding her little sausages when she was already a chunky cat. Which is not... no, ma'am. It's nice and all, maybe, but that's not your cat, and... no. Sausages? Yeah. Like little pieces of sausage. You know, human food. That's way too salty for a cat. So don't feed cats that you do not know. Or do not know for sure if they are a stray or not. That is my pro tip for the day. Want to say that's inappropriate cat food? Yeah. Don't feed animals human food. Some humans can already barely process what is considered human food. I think I might leave it at this. Why isn't this clipping? Oh, it's because there's a... one of these. It was clipping, it just had a fill color layer in there. I'm gonna give Prince Butter her fave human food. I give her the tiniest square centimeter, barely, of the stuff. I personally wouldn't feed that kind of stuff to a cat. Dairy especially is a little rough on cat stomachs. When I lived in a different place, the landlord lived in the same building, in just a room next door to mine. He has a cat, and the day he was about to move abroad with his cat, he thought, oh, I'm just gonna give the critter a lot of milk to just, like, you know, give them a nice little thing to have before we go through the stressful situation of traveling by airplane. That poor thing, because of the milk, had insane diarrhea. Yeah, give them diarrhea before flight. Literally what happened. I walked in, or just like went over to say hi to him and safe travels, and I immediately smelled what had occurred. Poor thing. Poor Joey. I hope the cat made it out okay. Was he hoping to propel himself from the force of the poops? I don't think my landlord knew that that is what happens to cats that have milk. Judging from the fact that he did that. Thinking, oh, it's just a cute little, nice little trait. You know, spoil the creature before they go through something very stressful. Hopefully he did listen to my advice that, like, hey, there's, like, pills you can give to your pets if you are going to travel with them that will help keep them a bit more calm during the travel. I don't know if he followed up on that advice, but with that little dietary issue, that little quote-unquote treat for the trip, I hope that was the case. That landlord was a very strange man. He was very gross. Cat launched in the air with poop? Probably. Poor thing. I felt so bad for that cat, man. He was not getting the attention he deserved while I was living there. Prince gets a dot of butter so rarely. It's not gonna be an issue. Fair enough. Personally for me, I don't feed animals human food because also don't want to build that habit of them begging for my human food whenever I have my meals. That's another cool bonus that you get to avoid when you don't do that practice. As a treat for his birthday, Gobbo gets chicken and rice. Yeah, and that's just once a year. How quickly does he inhale the chicken and rice? And chicken is probably fine for a dog. Don't know about rice, but probably? Maybe? I don't know. Starchy, maybe? I'm not sure. Don't know too much about what is and isn't alright for dogs beyond the basic of, like, no chocolate or else, die. He actually takes his time, actually. Ooh. He's such a polite little boy. He is a polite boy. I mean, he knows to wait for the signal, even though the food bowl is right there in front of him, filled with food. Not until you go, okay. And that's when he's allowed. And before that, he spins around in a couple circles. What a good dog, that Gobbo. It's interesting, Prince wants to sniff my meals but not eat them. She just likes smelling new things. I think most cats do. Curious cats and all that. I'll let Mishka sniff around places whenever I pick her up. And I'm like, here, creature, new heights, things for you to have a sniff at that you don't usually get to sniff. It'll help her stay longer in my arms. She's not too fond of being held. And I hold her properly. I fully support her weight. She's just not into it. But that's okay. She's a slut for belly rubs. Can't have it all. His what food's just chicken and gravy, so he's accustomed to real food. Hi, Hyperjack, welcome in. Alliums are bad for cats. And dogs. I'm not sure what would be considered an allium, I'll be honest. Percy had to have chicken boiled and rice rinsed because he had an upset term earlier this year. No, poor Percy. Oh, sorry, Zen, to hear that you came back with lunch and there's shit talk going on. Yeah, Vincent missed his sleep most of his drive when he had to be in the carry for 4+. Aww. Last year? Aw, 4 hours. That's a long time. I think you can give sick dogs chicken or rice for a member. Multi-cat household, I can imagine. Rice and eggs are good. Egg. For upset tummies for cats. Good to know. Cats perceive their environment through hearing and smell, so they always want to sniff new things, so they want to know what it is. And because they like it, yeah. You should come sniffing over. From time to time. And I've been out and about, and she comes into the hallway to greet me as I'm still taking off my shoes. And I'll just let her. I can probably just do this, actually. Like I've done my lines tidy enough. Oh. Maybe not in this one instance, though. The expand goes too far. Down here. Just make sure that's all filled up. I do have to discourage her from sniffing paint, Mod Podge, stuff like that. Ooh, yeah, let's not. What's everyone else got going on this here Wednesday? I got my steps in already for today. Shorts are drafted. It's not gonna be a very good one, but fucking whatever. I ran out of time yesterday. I had to be like, fuck, I have this list of clips that I saved for like maybe make it into a short. And I needed to grab something that was gonna be able to be done quickly, editing-wise, because I started editing like less than an hour and a half until bedtime. Whoops. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Feel free to lurk. Feel free to chat. Whichever feels suits your fancy. Do your cats have an unhealthy obsession with armpits? Mine did. No, mine is not. But you know, there's a lot of smells in there, so some cats will be really in there, I imagine. It's raining, I'm working, it's Wednesday. It is sunny over here, actually, for once. Well, not for once. It's been pretty sunny for the most part. Yesterday was quite cloudy. for most of the day. Well, and I'm well aware there's stuff. Gonna work on major laundry catch-up today? Ooh. Put away some laundry this morning that I washed yesterday. I don't have a dryer, so that shit needs to take up some space for like 24 hours usually. Because I'm lazy, sometimes it will absolutely hang for more than 24 hours. Sage! Where's Sage? There's Sage. Melting into a brainless blub after a day. Aw. Hope your brain becomes less blobby soon. Patrick, you're working. Nico, not a ton. I'm gonna try my hand at some level tiles with this headache when this headache passes. When was the last time you had some water? Nico. I'm turning into a boring person. I just keep doing the same thing. Work, work, play, play, watch thing. Yeah, welcome to adult life in this century. In this millennium. Get all the heavier bedding clean in time for cooler temps. Ooh. Blinked and slept in a bit, but still got up in time to square away some morning chores, but also cook breakfast. Ooh! The light shift for the living room has also arrived today. Hell yeah. Oh my god, one of my parents' cats is super interested in armpits. She'll shove her whole face in there. It's a lot of smell. It's raining, I'm getting ready for work. Gotta feed the big man, then feed myself. Vincent. Feed the Vince. Hi, Sage. Hope you're good too. Are we all boring in here? We're all adults, living adult lives, usually, I think. I think most of us are adults, I don't know. I don't have an 18+ thing on my stream. Considering I sometimes talk educational stuff for animation, I don't want to feel like that's being gatekept to from a younger audience. I think I'm just about to adulthood. Kevin, you are older than I am. What age did you turn again? Last month? Old? Yes. Adult? Debatable. I did some math this morning, which I know, big mistake. You know what I realized? When my dad was the age I am now, he'd already been a dad for almost a year. Which, bad math. I know, Renee, listen. Sometimes you think about these things like, wait, what? Oh, what age were my parents when they had kids? Dude, my mom had 2 kids at my age. What an insane thing. Oh my gosh, yeah. It's very different these days, huh? For a lot of peeps. Hi, Sonny. Great day in the morning. I clearly came in during the wrong conversation. Yeah, man. We're talking about, or at least I brought up the whole thing of like, haha, my dad was already a dad when he was the age I am now. Fuck. I have no interest in parenthood. It's just like, wow, what a completely different life trajectory for myself. I'm just doodling cat girls and catching Pokemon on my mobile phone. You know, like any good 32-year-old. Almost 24 when she had me, and I think I'm 25 now. Oh my god. I feel like a kid because I'm unsure with lots of things. Honestly, relatable. I definitely didn't feel like I am well into my adulthood in my mid-20s. Like, what do you mean people have kids at this age? I'm sort of functioning. Questionable. My mom was my current age. I was 10. Oh my lord. Almost as if our parents lived in some prosperous time some 50, 60 years ago. Yeah, almost as if it was possible to buy a home at a single income. Mom was divorced with 3 kids when she was my age. Holy shit. She moved halfway across the country by this age? Dang. Ways we were kidding. Y'all want kids someday, young lady? No. No, I don't. And I have no desire at this age. I'm probably never gonna have the desire, and I'm, you know what, probably for the fucking better, because have you seen the world out there? I guess good on you if you are confident in raising a human being in this world as it stands. And that's not the only reason why I'm like, about parent stuff. Bleh. No, just no. No, thank you. Absolutely none of that. God, buying a house. Yep, a common subject around here, which is like, imagine owning stuff. Like the roof over your head. People used to be paid a livable wage, and some social services were better. I was expecting to live in LA and get my feet wet in the animation industry by 25, but then by 35, get married and potentially have kids. Here I am, 35, and still living with my parents. A lot of our dreams and promises were taken from us one way or another. And like in the US especially, with the whole student loan situation that you just never pay off. Because the interest is so damn high that by the time you've paid off a significant chunk, what should have been half, actually in the meantime, not only did you not pay it off, that half, it is even more than it was at the beginning. You know, infinite money hack. But just not for you. Or at least not in your favor. Because how dare you make the mistake of being born without a trust fund? Meow. It's not for everyone, but that's good. Everyone should be able to choose their own paths. Exactly! Like, how messed up is it that people are like, oh, you'll be changing your mind later in life? I'm like, no. Why would you want someone who is clearly communicating to you that they don't want the thing that doesn't impact just their life, but another human being's life? It's really gross, I feel, just that mentality. I'm like, oh, you'll change your mind when you're on. No. Just be like, okay. If they change their mind later in life anyways, alright, you didn't have to say it out loud for that to happen. It just comes across as like, I know better than you. I know what you want more accurately than you know what you want. I am not down with that. Imagine that being said about literally anything else. You'll change your mind when you're older. on other aspects in life. You'll want to climb Mount Everest at some point. You're a woman, it's in your nature. Yeah, well, I'm a woman on the go, so why don't you go fuck yourself? They so badly want more children in this earth, or on this earth, then, they can make them. And also... Actually, no, I'm gonna hold that thought. That's delicate subject matter, maybe. Shouldn't be talking about that too lightly. Watched a video about something in China and about how the four no's play into it, that a lot of young people are saying they want no kids, no marriage, no dating, and no buying a house. I don't know enough about what life is like in China these days. That one child policy is long gone by now, right? So that shakes things up. Definitely a big difference between chase your passions but consider having something to fall back on versus that's not a real job, you must get this degree / job or else. And then, oh no, look! Those other jobs that they thought they told you were safe are actually not. They mean well, maybe, when you want to chase your passion. If you are like me, you want to do creative work for a living. I do think it is well intended if people go, what would be your thing to fall back on, though? In case it doesn't work out, because it's possible it doesn't. And they want you to land well on your feet and be financially independent. For your own well-being. I'm lucky, I feel, that my dad supported me in my pursuits. He wasn't too much about, like, what to fall back on in case it doesn't work out. But he was definitely worried, and not for no reason. Because he has a brother, and not even 1 year younger brother, who is also an artist and did creative work for a living for many, 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 many years. Until one day, during the financial crisis somewhere in the late zeros, he was fired from one day to the next. Became a whole lawsuit of, like, unrightful firing and everything. And to this day, that same brother of his, my uncle, still out of work. He tried going back to school and getting a teaching degree. But no, sadly, that didn't pan out either. And he knows how to paint. He got some good paintings going on. Not all of them are my taste, but he's having fun with it, and that's what's important. Also. It's the thing to fall back on a trade. Everyone will always need a plumber, carpenter, electrician, etc. Yeah. Dude, trades are probably fucking gonna be goated jobs, if they aren't already. I think those people make pretty good money. It's a gross job, especially plumbing, but someone's gonna do it, and there's a lot of people who don't want to do it, and that makes your price go up. So the thing I studied doesn't even exist anymore, considering it got merged with another study. Man, I already didn't have that many options with that study. Fuck. All kids do deserve loving parents, that's true. I can't remember who said it, but it comes to mind. All kids deserve parents, but not all parents deserve kids. Oh, I say this stuff all the time. If something relevant to that sentence comes up, I'm like, that line resonates with me. I'm scrolling back up a bit in chat to see what I've missed. My apologies. Caught in my own rambles. They want to give it the benefit of their experience, but their experience was also super dated traditions that don't apply to today. Yeah. The whole thing of like, just walk in and ask for job openings. No, there's websites for that shit now. It don't work like that. Setting up a fallback as a distraction and festers doubt in anything you want to do can. It's possible. Maybe not for everyone, but it can haunt a person. I can very much see that happen. Plan to fall back in a pit of spikes? F. They did some interviews, of course it doesn't reflect everyone, but it's a notable attitude. It's about the pressure and being able to live as freely as possible, not stressing about a partner or spending money on kids. I don't know why they didn't want to buy a house though, but that could be lack of opportunity or just wanting the freedom to move around. Maybe. There's something funny about the housing market in China, where there's just so many ghost towns. There's something interesting about property from what I've gathered vaguely over the years. I don't remember completely accurately, so don't quote me on anything, and I won't say too much about it because, like I'm demonstrating right now, I am not completely informed about the thing. But I've heard things here and there that there's something different culturally about home ownership. Generally considering learning these skills, mainly to save money on my end. Thinking about trades, I don't mind grossness at all. Alright. I'm a programmer. Art is my fallback / side gig, strangely enough. Huh. You learn lockpicking, does that count? Yeah. You can test locks that companies manufacture and be like, your lock is shit. There's a YouTube channel out there that very easily ruins a lot of supposedly fancy locks. Like, here's this highly advanced lock that I picked open with a toothpick. Lockpicking lawyer? I don't know if it's it's the lawyer. I don't know what his name is. There's some really aggro shorts on this channel too. He throws his materials and tools around all acrobatically and stuff. Sanitation generally pays well too. It's all very gross. Dude, I saw a tweet of someone going, stop making OnlyFans, we need plumbers! Porque no la dos. Sexy plumbers. I get the idea of partnership of convenience, sharing rent, etc. Yeah. A lot of people are just getting quote-unquote married on paper for the benefits, but they are just friends. And you know what? I don't fucking blame them. Imagine you call the sexy plumber that shows up barefoot and breathy. Ugh. Going barefoot on a plumbing job sounds like a nightmare. Hope you got your tetanus shot. You can get a $200 plumber or a $50 TikTok plumber. Hey Zombie. I'm only human after all, don't put a blame on me. Alright, just finished work and I'm heading home. Hell yeah. Have a good heading home. Be safe out there. Also, Def recently was offered a job because I walked in and asked if they were hiring, though the whole thing felt like a jokey bit. Huh. Like more people would call plumbers if they dressed like Mario Brothers. You generally don't call a plumber until you need one. So... do they get a punch card for the tetanus shot? The 12th one is free? I don't know. I don't know how frequently you need to get one, honestly. was a little Mexican restaurant that were getting ready for a catering event and they looked stressed. Oh no. Yeah, catering seems very stressful. Just any service industry. One time when I was out shopping for clothes, or at least window shopping at the bare minimum, I wanted to reach for a piece of clothing that was hanging up high, but I couldn't reach it, so I just grabbed for the kind of, like, hook stick things that you can grab to reach for stuff on the higher shelves, because fuck convenient shelving, I suppose. And whoever was working the store that day took notice and was like, hey, do you want a job? Like, huh? We may be hiring, actually. I never went back to that, but because, I don't know, people scare me. Or at least they very much did, more so than they do now. And working retail, I don't know, it was just too socially awkward. Did not have the confidence to even entertain the idea. I just politely went, haha, maybe. Have a good one. As I left the store later. Growing up in my family, I became a jack of all trades. I've worked on cars, I've done a lot of plumbing, rewired a house, done some woodwork. I think the only thing I haven't done is masonry. Oh. Handyman. I would like to know more about that kind of stuff myself. Been meaning to ask my dad to, like, yo, I've got like one thing in my apartment remaining where a light can be placed. Teach me how, father. Dipshitty, well, welcome in. What a wonderful name. See, but I'm absolutely no expert. I'm absolutely what I was told. I mean, still good to, like, have the basics. Know the basics. Because with me and my want to learn how to place a light, I'm just like, ooh, electricity. I could probably, I could see myself getting myself killed very easily because I'm dumb. And I'd probably do something stupid in the process. If I'm not careful or guided. I've said to myself, if it was the most practical, I would either be a blacksmith or a clockworker slash tinkerer. Ooh. I mean, man. Blacksmithing at least has that fucking cool aura. You'll be here to learn how to wire a plug. What happened to all that? I don't know. We outsourced that all to other people. And we lost the knowledge ourselves. Or never acquired it in the first place. Although scary first, replacing a socket isn't too bad, actually. Yeah, I just need to reach out to my dad. Like, yo, father. I desire your fatherly wisdom. My old man has done a lot of handyman stuff. Like, typical kind of dad things. He loves his yard. He's hung up So much wallpaper in his life. Cable management and all that stuff. Hey Renee, what's this link? How to wire a plug. Oh, I have done this, I think, like back in tech class or something similar. At least stripping a cable and then connecting the stuff. It's just been so long. How to wire a plug. YouTube is my dad. It's very valid. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff out there on YouTube. Isn't there also a YouTube channel that is like giving those kinds of handyman tips as though he is a dad to the people that watches? There is, yeah. He's a blessing. Sounds like one. Welcome in. I remember before COVID, they would advertise adult basic classes on the radio here. I forget the actual name, but it was a 6-week course on basics on house maintenance, car maintenance, oil change tire, and things like that. That sounds amazing. I'll see if I heard something about that in my area. I'd be like, actually? To strengthen up my hyper independence some more? Maybe I'll go. So I don't have much need to know oil change because I don't have a car. And I don't see myself having one in the near future. Probably if I were to learn how to do oil change and stuff, and there will be a lot of time in between having learned that and getting a car. To the point where it's like, I have forgotten how to do it. Or, I don't know, this model car worked different, lol. I don't know. Also, ads are starting soon. It's some less because my brother had to keep repairing. My mom taught me how to wire a plug. School was not as in-depth. Some older plugs that come with a little mini diagram though. There's a guy doing that, and I know of a trans woman. Don't see him on YouTube to encourage young queers to be handy around the home. Just all good skills to have that I like. But I'm not even getting around to the skills I want to learn for my art, lol. Genuine skill issue. Literal skill issues. Friends handyman. Amazing. Because I am now remembering that in other countries it isn't unusual to have a fuse in the plug itself. If I can find the classes, I'll mention it in Discord. I mean, if there are local classes, then I don't know how much you'll still be on the Discord, but sure. Hi, Blue. Welcome. Hydrogen check. Yes. Let me finish this shirt first, and then I'll have a sip. Which I think my water bottle is still in my bag from the gym. Not on my desk. Ugh, I'm gonna have to get up. I'm gonna have to activate my sore fucking legs. Y'all, my legs. They're super sore again. It's impacting my sleep quality. I have break for leg. Give me a second. I'm gonna grab my water bottle. What? Oh my god. I am waddling around my apartment so much. It's not. It's very funny, the sore legs, but also it's and tomorrow's supposed to be another leg day, but I don't I've got a fucking creationist ad for a creationist museum? What? I don't dare I ask what that is? Creationism is what the Bible says. The Holy Bible. I'm gonna show up and look at an exhibit that says Dino no real. Oh no. Then what the fuck are those T-Rex skeletons then, huh? I know Netherlands has a museum that has a genuine T-Rex skeleton. Never gone and seen it myself, though. In fact, I've never been to that museum at all. Fake. Honestly, though, they probably do have to fake one out, but it's just like a really good replica. And the real bones are protected in storage. Hiya, bananas! Here's a collection of died bones. Are like 400 years old. That's not that old. For bones that are from dinosaurs. Big chickens. Lunchtime is munched. Ooh, yum yum. Your place there to test our faith. But I have no faith to test. Take that. Should have brought you to see Sue while we were there. Big old T-Rex outside our field museum. Oh. I mean, oh no, I guess I'll have to go back to Chicago. Bummer. So I'm gonna have to wait a couple years, I think. Hope things aren't batshit insane out there right now. In Chicago in particular. I saw some weird shit that is getting into the political subject matters. Honestly. Yeah. I like the therapeutic. Filling it in by hand. I wasn't thought an Egyptian artifact was a replica in our local museum because I swear there was a scrap of newspaper on it. Huh. All the faith I have, I used to pull through making my art. Trust the process. Yeah, same. Whenever I start anything new, just trust the process. That's why I have the real in my overlay. Like, no, you can't actually finish stuff, lol. You can actually make stuff look sort of competent. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Feel free to lurk, feel free to chat, whichever you're comfortable with. Obviously, if I'm going to ask this, only the people comfortable will answer, but hey, how are we feeling about anonymous follows these days? Still prefer anonymous follows myself. Maybe people can choose to reveal themselves as they, like, send the chat, right? Anonymous follows, yeah. So nowadays, it just says thanks for the follow when the alert pops up when someone follows. It no longer says the person's username of the person who followed. So that people who wanna be a bit more lurky can be so. They don't want to feel called out when their name gets called out, which is how I used to do things. I would just say a generalized thank you for following. Yeah, some people are very shy about being perceived so like that. And I'm like, okay. I need to figure out how to phrase it, because I always call people out by name, because that is how I wanted to say thank you personally. But if that makes people feel awkward and reluctant, then maybe this is the better way. Some people are even wishing they could subscribe anonymously. But you can't individually sub anonymously. You can get you can gift subs anonymously. While streaming, I haven't had anyone ask me not to call them out, so I will say their name if they do. I mean, asking not to be called out automatically has them be called out, if that makes any sense. Like, it immediately draws attention to them. Like, hey, me trying to get attention from you, don't draw attention to me. So it's kind of like that don't work. That kind of clashes, right? It's all a matter of choice, the choice to reveal themselves, because sometimes you don't want to draw attention to yourself. Yeah, that much I've learned. I just never considered that people could be that levels of shy, and nothing wrong with it. I just want to accommodate. Speaking of accommodate, my closed captions are still fucking broken. I think I'll try reinstalling the plugin, because there's no reason for it to not work right now. The sources are correct and everything. Maybe I should check out a stream where I know they have the same plugin and see if it works for them. To know if it's not just me. Maybe it's the plugin itself. Good lurky and lie down. Pain is painful. Loving the art though. Curzec. Aw, hope you feel better soon, Sen. Sorry to hear you're having some pain. Maybe Twitch should have an option for it. Maybe. Don't think it's on their priority right now. Is that really just light? The main way to sub anonymously is to do so off stream. Yeah, pretty much. But then you need to remember to do so off stream. I don't think I've had people subscribe to me off stream for their first time sub. But maybe others have. gonna make good on my promise to myself that I would start streaming again this year. Have the idea for a layout, just not the time or even the energy. Yeah. Speaking of that, because I had another, like, super tired and as a result, mentally, day. I may consider a little bit of a break. Either, I'm not sure if I'm gonna maybe do a week of no streaming at all, or just like significantly reduced hours. So like instead of 5 hours for the streams, I do it like 3. Give myself a little bit more time for other stuff during the day. Because I'm cramming in everything and getting surprised by, oops, you're tired. Really annoying. Really didn't feel great yesterday about that happening again. No, my productivity, Oh, I think I know what this artifacting is. I think this is being nightshaded. I tried throwing my recent art through Nightshade before potentially posting, but I was like, that's too artifacty for my taste. I don't think people are gonna steal my shit, I'll be honest. It's supposed to be the same color. If you've seen it before, I moderate for the channel with roughly 150 views on average, and we definitely get offline subs. Alright! But again, we are often highly sus of them, as this is a catgirl VTuber with large naturals, so we get a lot of creeps in there. Ah. Nope. Hey, you taking time to rest? No, because I have no time to rest. It just catches me by surprise. And I have no choice but to rest, and puts me behind on everything I wanted to do doing in the day. So, that's why I'm saying, like, maybe soon I'll either do a week of no stream or significantly shorter streams. And I don't want to be perceived, but still want to follow. I wait till between streams. When I follow during stream, I know it will be seen, so I hope it's either funny in the moment or quickly glossed over. I'm just very skittish with new communities. That's very fair. I must depart and earn the stuff I used to trade for burger. Have a great day, everyone. Have a good burger earn. May you earn many a patty. Eye-opening isn't maybe. Imagine if the gargantuan naturals catgirl was also a plumber, eh? Kevin, is this your next animation? Is it what you're gonna be animating for whatever is next on 1 hour anim? Which I've forgotten. I've buffered and scheduled the next like 2 months worth of prompts, I think. Like first weekend of November? I don't have to think about it until then. Recognizing when it's time to step back instead of burning yourself out is good character development. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, planning to do shorter streams is a positive self-care step, yeah. No streaming shorter streams, yeah. It's just, I like this length of stream. It's enough to get me in the zone and get some chattiness in and still have some productivity. If it's a particularly chatty stream, like, I think today so far is quite chatty. I like him chatty. I like having back and forth with y'all, and I hope y'all do too with me. And each other, obviously, not just me. I may be the streamer, but like I'm rather than think of myself as the main event, I'd rather see myself as the glue. Maybe I don't know. Now this is sounding very self-centered. The prompt. Streamer likes chat. That's right. Mwah. The glue. Time to rethink. Ah! Ew. Cooties. I'm big. I learned I can do this now. I can appear big if I press the big center button first before I do the unveil VTuber button. Ah. Okay. Glue streamer. Is that someone who streams Umamusume? Horse girl game? If they're having a particularly rough session. Everyone's going to the glue factory. Big Curzec. Larg. I've got buttons. Was when Barry streamed the game. I loved that clip of Barry's when he has that insane pull apparently, and he uninstalls the game seconds after. What a fucking gamer moment! I love that for him. Do you control a main character in a horoscope game, dude? I don't fucking know. You need to ask Ansta. She's into Umamusume so much that she has horse ears on her model. Can you name yourself Elmer? No, I don't think. I don't know. I don't know. The glue emote. Oh no. Not the glue emote. People were begging for him to not uninstall it. It was funny. Not. It's even funnier when he does though. Just the absolute dunk. Because he had like 4 super special pulls in one thing, right? I don't know. It's a gacha. Like 4 rainbow fucking characters. One of the horse girls was a car girl. We got car girl. Oh my god, that's such a fucking funny clip. Shoutouts to Barry. I'm gonna do it. Oop, not dot. Also amazing that he just has the name Barry these days. I remember when it was Barry is streaming. He runs on horoscope power. Ansa's powerful. RP Barry is streaming. No, but that gave birth to just Barry. Just Barry. Great dude. He's playing Silk Song. Though I think yesterday he was streaming something else. I forgot. He tends to stream these days at a time where I'm definitely in bed by then, usually. And if he's streaming by the time I'm still awake, I've been going to bed too late. Whoops. I'll just do purple for now, because, you know, contrasting, complementary colors. Purple and green, iconic. Iconic complimentary. I think yesterday was the third Silk song. I still have to watch the VOD. Ooh. Sunday Mario Party, Tuesday was Silk song. Gotcha. I mean, yesterday was Tuesday. Which confused me for a second this morning. It's like, oh yeah, it's Wednesday already. Alright, just some simple rendering now. I'm not opening up yet again some pieces I've done before. To be like, oh fuck, how do I do this again? Ansta, we were just talking about you! Hi, Ansta! The topic of Uma Musume came up. Kevin has questions for you. You were? Yeah! Imagine. I was playing Uma Musu earlier! Hope you're having big W's. We were talking about how Barry uninstalled the game. I fucking love that for Barry though. I love that clip so much. The horses will mentally destroy him. Is it a promise? How you holding out these days, Ansta? What you up to, girl? You blending some more? I love that Psyduck. Psyduck was very good. Have you seen my finished Blorbo drawing, Ansta? Where to leave him? You showed me? Yeah! Also, here is the actual render. No, wait, this is the small one for better comparison. And then here's what it did in Nightshade. Ooh. And this is the lightest setting it could do. And just like with my art, I'm just like, man, I don't want to do this to my beautiful man. Ugh. Nightshade is not so bad. Ooh. No, it's just so noticeable around the face and the fur. On the rose, you barely see any. But yeah, exactly the area where most attention should be going is where you see it the most. And it's like, beans. I'm home, how y'all doing? I'm doing okay. I've moved on to the light rendering part. Also, Curzec, what if the diamond was pink/magenta? Wait, what diamond? The stream is auto-punching a bunch for me right now? This is a new weird thing. Find the Kara? Could. It's still a work in progress. I can chase it very easily. I just wanted to place the shape first. This? Or is it just... Guys, my eyes are getting cooked. This light gray looked very pink all of a sudden. Hi, Junie. Welcome in. How you doing? Okay, I came in as you were color picking. I was like, color, yeah! Color. We'll see what works best. I'm definitely leaning more towards bluishness for the shading, as opposed to, like, you know, directly green. At least for the skin parts so far. Seems super fucky for you, so I'm gonna lurk for a brekkie. Have a good brekkie. Curzec, you won? What did you win? Mom's me and dad's me are now dating a Tomodachi life. Oh my god, you're about to before. I beat the game at long last. Congratulations. Tomodachi life is now canon. Aw, Kevin being missed. Mom went on a whole side quest of dating Jesus and my dad was more interested in Kamala Harris. What is going on in your Tomodachi life? These are brand new sentences. You've me all over the place. Nintendo characters, IRL friends, IRL family, politicians, TV characters, OCs, and even Gordon Ramsay for whatever reason. You know, Ramsay adores the color blue. Good for him. Very based. There he is, the blue man himself. I did actually. It's because of a football team he played for, Rangers Football Club. Ramsay played sports. Yeah. Pretty sure. He's an active fella. I don't need to actually select anything here. Speaking of Miyamoto, surprise Nintendo Direct in 2 days on Friday. I guess the predictions were correct after all. 6 a.m. for you? No. That's fucked up. Wait, if it's Friday, that's during my stream time, is it not? I hope they announce Silksong. I hope so too. The leaks of Direct at that day, yeah. Renee, can you imagine finally Silksong? Put on the clown. Curzec, you stream? Do I stream? Chat, do I stream? Am I a streamer? Occasionally. Nod. No. What do they announce? Not really. Curzec for Nintendo Switch. I'll never tell. Dad, Curzec is talking to herself again. Don't, Renee, Hey Renee, you want to share the rat that you made of me with the peeps in here who may have not seen yet? If you have access to it right now. Curzec or Curzec, depending. Just a bellycrab JPEG of your avatar. That's it. That's the entire game. My game is like those mobile apps that are the maximum amount a mobile app can cost, and it's just like a diamond for you to flex with, like, I'm this rich, I can afford. Boom. Behold. The new lineup of rats for Rene and his stream after a lot of saving coins of tickets. I finally have a rat of my own. There I am. That center. I didn't even send him when I sent my design. I didn't even add the hair. I was just like, here, it's just glasses. Make it easy for yourself. And Rene was like, no, 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 no. Here, I'm gonna make it hard for myself. I'm gonna take your 2D ass fucking hair and make it in 3D. And you know what? He did a good job at it. Where did I leave my design? How much for a rat? Was it like 100k now? And he only opens up them when it's like 3 at a time. When he's got 3 slots, he closes them down again. You don't get an easy out? Listen, I made it easy for you. Why do we have 2 versions? This is all I sent, Rene. For, like, behold, my absolutely mind-boggling, insanely difficult design just for you, Rene. I didn't save my drawovers, though, I don't think. But I've got the PNGs in our DMs that are interesting because I left funny little doodles in the corners. Or at least attempted to leave funny little doodles. Here's the front view with the pink being his original shape, and I'm just like, just take it down just a little bit more in there because I got that like little pinch stuff going on, and I'm being cute by leaving doodles. You got phone on your games? You don't want easy. I want a learning opportunity. All right, well I hope you learned something. Got phone on your games? We got the side view. Just exaggerating the shapes a bit more for more fun. Unevenness in heights. And more dramatic curves. And then the hair problem I wish I had. Too long. And then the back is essentially, I just grabbed the same drawing I did for the draw for the front view and just changed up where the opacity was gonna go. Slightly less flat at the bottom though, because again, less flat. And no leg day, which I very much did have one on Monday, and I'm feeling it. Not right now, but I will when I get up. And when I try to turn in my sleep. And for the other side view, it just, again, I flipped the thing. I don't know, like erg. There, I set the thing! Have a good one, Popsicle, thanks for hanging! Love these doodles, thank you. I was like, God, I can't just give him red lines. I need to give him a funny. That's just how I'm wired. She set the thing! And someone is using emotes that I made for someone. I handed over Kieran's emotes yesterday. The deal has been closed. Everything's done and finished. Here they all are. We got Wave, which is what Kira no, he didn't use. He used the Cheer, which is this one. Which I had to change last minute because the design choice I did does not work, lol. We got Gasp, which I also had to make a little change for, get the white eyes in there for readability in dark mode. We got Heart, And then the truest nature for Kieran of all, Angie. His feathers ruffled. Thank you for commissioning me, Kieran. Hope you like. Okay, time to close a shit ton of files that I don't need open right now. Bye, Rapunzel. Bye, Rat. This one can stay. You can close, though. Blorbo can go. For now. Angie's still pending? Pending? It needs to be approved? Oh no! You don't have auto approval? Kieran, when the steak is not microwaved. Illegal. Let's do the hair. I want my ribeye nuked! Have y'all heard of black steak? It's like blue steak, except it's the opposite. I don't think the opposite of black steak would be blue steak. That sounds like white steak? Orange steak. Kieran, I will find you. Oh my god, promise? Meet up! Final meetup. Oh no. It doesn't have to be goodbye. Blue steak has seen a light bulb once, black steak is incinerated, hence they are the opposite. Oh, okay. It's my earthly duty to inflict culinary damage. As you have so well demonstrated, the one time I went like, yo, Kieran, imagine this though. The noodles that you want to eat in your mug of coffee. Absolute Mad Lad did it. Not once! Not just once. So easily influenced. Fun fact. Uh-huh. You're Scottish, so it tracks. Oh my god, is this a dickhead Mars bar? Deep fried Mars bars? One of the best ways to drink something is out of a bowl. It's a fun experience. When you have the last bit of soup broth remaining. Deep fried Mars bars are incredible. I have never had one, and I think I'm scared to try one. You would commit crimes in Minecraft for one right now? Ooh. I think it makes you feel more satiated. It's like it's free protein if you drink something out of a bowl. Just free protein right there. Yes, drinks water out of a bowl. Protein. There you go. Protein shake out of a bowl. Just don't mix the shake in the bowl. Yeah, probably put a lid on it. Here, Curzec, put some popcorn bowl. No, I mustn't have any right now. I'm saving that shit for Saturdays. I've learned the hard way. Did you ever read the fact that makes complete sense? That makes complete sense, but acknowledging just feels weird. Like the fact that camels have prehensile lips. Sure? What is this being prompted by? Prehensile? What mean? Yeah, explain yourself, Yeti. They can move him. I mean, yeah, they can pucker up. Grab and hold things with, like, a hand. I can visualize it. Done horses also. Can we move our lips? We sure can. Not a lot of the animal kingdom can. Us humans are just little freaks. Manatees can pucker up for smooches. Incredible knowledge. Alright, now time for shading the toughest part, probably. Not this color, probably. Yeah, that's way too gray. It's like tails, almost all animals can move them, but very few can move and grasp like a monkey. Started the brain be distracted today and felt like sharing. That's very fine. It's a-okay. Elephants have interesting prehensile body parts. That's one way to describe it. Like the nose. Ah yes, the nose. God, this track remains one of the bangers of all Pokemon time, in my opinion. Hydration check. Oh my god, blue. Single-handedly keeping me hydrated. Gen 5 music is very good. Just, man, this E4 is so good. Hey Ender, welcome in. Ads are starting soon again. Have a good lurk. And here's the ad. I think we're nearing the end of this piece. Just gotta do like colored lines, which that could still take a little bit of time. There's not too much rendering or shading usually in this, nothing too complicated. Like two-tone. I see there's like a bit of a yellowish gradient. See if I can try and implement that at least. Oh, this is starting in the middle of the video. Going all the way to the beginning. I don't have to worry about the music for the end of stream. Let's see what else we get today. We got the UK military at the start, and something about Lululemon. I don't know what that is. That's a very fancy sports gear brand aimed for ladies, I believe, for the most part. Maybe also dudes? I don't know. Let's actually more with girlies. Selling AI laptops to students. Now some weird ass water flosser. All sorts of shit. I think you look very hard for the ghost girl, Curzec. Thank you. He's a little girly. Meow. Ad's done. Welcome back. Yeah, I think it's just colored lines now. Unless I maybe missed something somewhere. I've deliberately not done anything shading or highlighting wise on that mouth. Right now, that's still a flat thing. Don't know if it'll look better without anything. I feel like it might be better as it is now, but we'll see in the final. Maybe it looks too flat amongst everything else. And then after this, I'm gonna send this. I don't know if I'll send this off on stream. Probably not. I'll do some thumbnails for the next commission, which is an animated emote, custom animated emote. Which I'm having to think about a lot. Of like, how could I most effectively do this? Keep everything readable. Windows Update means I gotta update your code program. Yay! Windows Update! I'm sure nothing broke. Which I don't think I had a Windows Update. So, hopefully this whole time. Y'all would have probably said something if my mic sounded like shit, so. Mic seems fine? Yeah, I'm just so fucking paranoid, because it always changes which microphone source it is when there's a Windows Update on Discord and OBS. And it has happened where it's just been like, y'all haven't hurt me, like, at all. Because I forgot. Which at this point, someone would have spoken up. Although, and that's not like, oh no, chat wasn't polite enough. After we had that ray train thing back in May, I believe, I didn't learn until well after, like several days after that stream, that my audio on my mic was fucked because my mic was rotated the other way. So I sounded particularly roomy to a new bunch of people. Great first impression. So I learned that that's the thing I need to be wary of. I'm gonna make sure that it's not just picking up the right microphone, but that the right microphone is rotated the correct way, lol. Windows. This wasn't a Windows thing, this was just like my physical microphone being turned the other way. Let me demonstrate it. I should sound a lot shittier right now because it's pointed the other direction. Tell me. I thought you're in another room. Exactly. And I'm still in the same spot. I didn't move. I just rotated my microphone. And now we're back. Or at least, do I sound normal again? We hear the wall reverb? Yeah. I'm in the living room. So that's what the audio sounds like during the ray train. When I introduce myself to a bunch of new people. God damn it. And I don't know why my mic was rotated that way either. I think maybe gravity. It's directional, yeah. It's the front and back to this thing. Mic rotating cat ghosts. The sock-sealing goblin got confused. Not the sock-sealing goblin. But yeah, as you can imagine, hearing that haven't been the case when I'm trying to look and sound professional to new people. I'm like, well, shit. We learn things the hard way. I read that than crunchy screaming gamer mics. Yeah. Don't know if I ended up saving the VOD. Maybe I've privated it on my VOD channel. At best. Definitely not gonna go public. With that microphone quality. Just like how that one time I played Peak on stream with Onsta, Renee, and Weeb. That footage will never go up because I didn't realize I'd been streaming at a bitrate of like 2000 as opposed to 6000. So the footage looks like absolute fucking ass. Which was a damn shame because I wanted to make a short out of a moment that happened, which I thought was very funny, but it's just unwatchable. Tech is hard, especially when live. Yeah, it's just so many checklists. Out in internet roleplay. Brokeback Mountain. A movie I've never seen. Oh. There's an itty bitty gap in this flat. No more. A lot can happen during it, yeah. A lot of checklists. Especially when you're just starting out, it's just like, oh god, what do I do? Where do I go? What do I need? You don't know what you need. Just gradually keep on building on your setup and learn things the hard way on how things work. Just the other short from the other streams when accessible. I don't know. If you're talking about the short I mentioned that I wanted to make out of Peak, it's not a matter of stitching, it's just a matter of the footage of that short. Like, the raw footage is unwatchable. I shared it in the Discord before deciding on whether I would post this or not. Consensus was, it's funny, but also it's very unwatchable, so yeah. For none to see, makes sense, yeah. And I tried, like, some enhancing filters that are in CapCut, but they didn't help too much. Left for the cool kids' enjoyments, yeah. For all y'all in the server, thank y'all for your honest opinion when I asked back then. I was like, man, I think it's funny, but again, impressions on people. Now for the hair. I'm gonna say these greens immaculate. You would say that. It's almost like you're biased, you little green bird. I wonder why that is. What? Green pilled, uh-huh. What's that supposed to mean? Oh. Alright, my little mascot's green, LMAO. Yeah, last two commissions, very green. The next one also has green. Do like greens. Well, get your greens in. Thank the stars you're pretty. Aww. I mean, it's true. Kieran's a handsome lad. It appears that green is the color that people use. Insane. Just funny that, like, 3 in a row, it's very green heavy. People saw this blue art and they thought, ah yes, make her draw green. You two have a green character? Oh my gosh. I mean, Elaine's main color is also green. If we're talking about characters that are green. The zombies in the same story are also green. In skin tone. Who sent my name? Is your name Elaine? That's the name of my OC. You heard zombie? Oh! I have zombie characters in the same Elena Misgrin story. Here they are. Hugo and Eva. Behold them, and they're green. And this meat also has some green going on. Wow. Never seen you draw Eva before? Yee. Making changes to her character sheet, and I still want to make some more changes. They're not clown enough. They're supposed to be clown. But there's barely any clowning around going on in their design. neon almost. Neon! Or neon! Because cat. But a fucking yeah. Oh, that's not. Oh, blue. Just messing around with blending options now. But I don't think any of these shall do. What if I make this add? Now you're even like that. And she has both a stroke situation and a glow. I think I need to feather this a little bit though. Can I feather? Great. Blur border. Oh. What's this do? Whoa. Me. He's like, yeah, live on stream. Mm-hmm. Where other streamers have a redeem for going, yeah. I just do it right now. For it is relevant to go, yeah. Yes, for free, that's right. Yes. I didn't check. Free yes. Extremely free of charge. And now I shall hydrate. Buh. I want to change this color a little bit. A bit more blue. For variety. Yeah. For fun. Same here. I think it's just a little bit too close. Three. Yeah. I might be done here, maybe? Don't think there's much else to do that I usually would. Cause some simple shading, that's mostly cell, nothing too flashily rendered. Get the highlights on the hair, colored lines. Alright. And I'm going to open up the thumbnails I managed to scribble out yesterday. The next commission that I'm working on is for Are We There Yet? Who wanted an interesting little animation that is related to a Studio Ghibli thing. Who here has seen Princess Mononoke? Good old Princess Mononoke movie. Early on in the movie, there's a creature that's crawling on more than just all fours, and is very, very animated. And he was like, "Hey, what if that with my little dude as an emote? That's a bit more scampy." So this was the reference that we provided. I don't know if I'm gonna try that angle as well. Because this is what I got so far. I kept like pushing it like a straight horizon, but what if smaller, and then what if tilt, and what if even smaller? Oh my god, weeb, yeah. So this is what I drew out yesterday. Yeah, we'll probably want to get some kind of tilted angle if we're gonna go for a full-on front view. Weeb and chat acts up. Weeb when he arrives and he's coming for you. That's so good. I hope so, but these are just the first thumbnails. Oh shit, I've got a graphics card driver ready to go. Cool. Not now, though. Picked up on this is great. I just need to know if it'll work in animation form, because these are just the thumbnails of like, okay, and I really need to figure out the space that I have in order for all of these limbs to read, because I'm gonna go for 6, I think? I think the most Weeb has on one side is 6. These are his references. This one, and that one. I don't see more than 3 limbs on one side. The Dutch angle rips. Hopefully it'll read on the emote if I go for this angle. Because I was also thinking, not rat. Bye rat. Time of red is over. Because the difficulty is it's a lot of limb that needs to be readable in a tiny ass emote. So for this one, I already drew the eyes way bigger on his body than they are in his design, relatively. I feel like. Just really so we can get some kind of intense stare going on. So yeah, I'm gonna think a lot about what are some good options. The challenge is very real, yeah. As such, like, I have the base price for custom animated emotes listed at €30 without commercial licensing, so that would be in addition if you were to use these emotes for Twitch, etc. You've seen emotes sort of like this before? But that base price is for like simple 2-frame stuff. So like my own nod would be a 2-frame Curzec nod. That level of base price. You gotta get a suplex from you. I have them as a your character here. Onsta. Yeah. I didn't see. Yeah, it's one of the 2 Y characters that I have. I've got that one and the Jive. Let me get the link. VGen, there you go. I can only list 5 services until I'm verified, which means I need to complete a bunch of commissions and get good reviews. And I have yet to hand in my first one. I shall see what I can do when I get paid. It's up to you. Thank you for considering me. I can change both characters. So of course, changing 2 characters means more work, which means, you know, commission stuff. I figured the suplex and the jive are my most interesting emotes to have as your character. I wanted to do more, and I had prepared to have more. And then as I went live with the services I wanted to offer, it's like, hey, you can only have 5 max. Like, oh. I wanted to do like 6 your character here options, but I guess I'm gonna have to resort to just 2. It'd probably be just me and I want to suplex my wife, but what if? What's a little suplexing amongst romantic partners? Yeah, what if your wife suplexes you lovingly? Nothing more romantic than being held oh so tightly and having their strength demonstrated directly onto you. I was gonna ask about how the commission traffic was looking, but didn't have to look to pry. It looks like it's doing at least. I've got this one, right? And then there was Kieran, who I started on before I went live with my VGen. And Weeb is the second one, and that's the only 2 so far. 3 in theory if you count Kieran. Other than that, not much. Let's get Curzec verified. I'll need to get a lot of commissions if I want to get verified. What were the requirements again for verified? Legion verified requirements. I think you need like a 5-star. It's telling me about how to get an artist invite code in the AI summary. Very fucking useless, bitch. Google. Need 10 follower requirements? Artist dashboard. Let's see. Bleu, no. I don't know. I don't think 10 followers is all too bad for... And there's more than just that, though. Here. Get verified to unlock milestone recommendations. Okay, I need 10 followers, which I already have 12, so that's good. $100 USD commission earnings in the last 30 days, which yes. 3 reviews from different clients and an average of 4.6 artist rating. I wish you could turn off AI results in Google search engine, but alas, there's probably some kind of plugin that does that. I still need to switch browsers completely. Something that isn't Chromium based. So Firefox, essentially. That's really the only alternative. From what I know. You switch to DuckDuckGo? I also heard good stuff about DuckDuckGo. You can do it. I can. I've just not bothered to because I've got other stuff to do. And every time I want to do other stuff, I'm tired, which pushes and delays the other stuff I need to do. And it's like, oh god, I got to do the other stuff. And now I got to go to bed. Let's leave that in there. And close this reference. Here we go. Now everyone has the context. You can also try DuckDuckGo as alternate search engine. It's pretty solid. Really reminder you can use uBlock Origin to filter out Google's AI summary by adding this filter to block elements. Copy. Where do I do this in uBlock? It's just uBlock that I have. It's not called Origins. uBlock. Yeah, I need to just switch browser entirely. I use uBlocklist for Chrome, which lets me block sites from using search results, so over time it gets less AI results. Ugh. It's just such shit, the AI summaries. Some more obscure stuff you still might want to use Google, but can be changed when I click. It's under settings under my filter. It's called options. There's no settings when I click on the 3 dots. Oh, uBlock Origin. This extension was turned off because it is no longer supported. Chrome recommends you remove it. Chrome is poopy anyway. Yeah, that's why I want to move away from it. Like, you know, Chrome killed uBlock. Here's the Firefox. Yeah, that's just what I need to do. And it should be simple enough. Like, you can import all your browsers and your cookies and your bookmarks pretty easily from one browser to the other one these days. Chrome will be a problem? Yeah. Yeah, I'm still on Chrome, and for the music I'm using Opera Air, which is also Chromium. And takes up so much in the task manager. I'm gonna close the 2 tabs that aren't being used. It's just the music tab. And it's taken up 1.5 gigabyte I don't know what this 20 is supposed to be for because it's literally just one tab that I have open. But this is my task manager for Opera Air, a browser that is frequently sponsoring YouTubers. Which, hey, YouTubers need that bread too. It's just so many limbs and I need everything to be visible. Maybe... But the length of the limb makes it so dramatic. I want to at least... like lower the opacity of these to show to myself, like, oh yeah, no, these are like earlier drafts and this is the best draft of them all so far. I don't even imagine there's going to be that many frames because he wants it to be scampy. So think like jive levels of thing to it. Maybe not as intense as the jive. So it's still kind of readable. What if even more top down? So we can have that real estate of this width, this diagonal width. It's just that Weeb's body also needs to be big enough. I gave him a bit of a spidery curve, maybe a bit too much. But I do think he should curve up a little bit. His face gets kind of blocked out. I would like to have some kind of dramatic perspective be suggested also. I think I'd have to push it really dramatically if it wanted to be readable on the mouth, so maybe it may not be worthwhile because I may be sacrificing too much else. Oh. Body. Thumbnails should not be this neat. Especially your pelvis bone when crunch, crunch, crick, crunch, break, yell. No. Well, maybe for you. I already stretched today. My legs. Me poor sore legs. What do you mean today? What I mean? That's the thing I was remembering. It's them Elden Ring fingers, sorta. Two fingers. Or the three fingers if you're feeling a little frenzy. If you're feeling a little mad. I don't know, it's just much better. The shift of music, it's all the same video. I've had this one up a couple times already. Just like I said, I go through all the effort of making a playlist for streaming music, and YouTube as of late is just like, nah. You click on a video in your playlist and it does not play from the playlist. So what the fuck is the point of the playlist then? I'm gonna try another variant. Or maybe not so much variant, but rather the other key. which is where I think it will be best if we have the dramatic hands in front. Maybe we can also suggest, like, Weeb actually, like, moving back and forth his body. For that dramatic difference in scale for readability purposes in the animation. The game I'm playing is being mean to you. Oh no, what game are you playing? I still want to have everything fitted. In everything. Nuclear Throne? Ah, it's getting a new update in December. Oh shit. By the way, do you find it challenging that Weeb's avatar is in a human-ish shape? No, not at all. He is just a furry little balloon. That's really his base shape. Or a furry droplet. Because that's really all he is. Let me... And then... Go back. Oh. There. Like, his base shape is just... drop. He is a egg. Or egg! He's just fuzzy. Making the fuzziness look appealing in the teeny tiny emote will be the next challenge. Not too many. Just enough for readability. But also not too much because animation work, follow through and all that. I'll have the tufts, like 3 on the top of his head, I think. I'll probably simplify the mustache to just this, as opposed to also that. Or rather, these two. Like, this will not be red at all in an emote. And the main purpose is emote. It may actually get in the way of detail and overall shape if I add those little lines to it. And we have seen the minimal difference when we were working on Kieran's emotes, which were just static ones. Where... I did not save that screenshot? I guess I didn't. Let me grab it from the DMs. So these are the final version that I did. Missions. Static. Kieran. Where for the cheer, which was one that was changed a lot for reading purposes or readability purposes on dark mode especially, because at first I had like a negative space and I had this eye be kind of cartoonishly floating outside of Kieran's head shape. But then I was like, oh wait, actually that doesn't work well with the values that I have to work with. If I make it too light, it'll not read on this green. If I make it too dark, it will not read on Twitch dark mode. And the in-between colors didn't look quite nice either. Value-wise. So I ended up having to close the shape, and at first I closed it, and it's like, was a little bit smaller than it is currently, because I just needed a couple more lighter greenish pixels in the teeny tiny one. Which is what people will likely see the most. At least in the chat. In like Twitch chat itself, it will always be itty bitty. Here in my overlay, it'll be bigger if it's just a single remote that's being sent. If any text is included, it'll be small again. If it's multiple emotes, it'll be somewhere in between. Probably like this size. This is 112. Need everything to be as readable as possible when it's at its smallest. Similar with UI design. And here they are in Discord as well. Whoop, 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 whoop. There we go. Nope. Here we go. Angry. Which, is color-wise, is not too much to consider. Because you can customize the colors of Discord insanely these days if you've got Nitro. Commissions! Yeah! I've got a tag. I've got VGen. Thank you for using the command. But yeah. But yeah, no, as for Weeb shape, he's just a furry egg. I'm more puzzling with appeal for limb proportions and the hand. Because I'm super tempted to make it more clawy because Lamau bias, but this is about as human as I want it to go, I think. I need the fingers to not be too thin either, but there's also something to Weeb's thin fingies that adds to his design and overall, like, kind of cute creepiness to him. Like, ah yes, here's the furry blob with very bony hands and cracked nails. All clearly deliberate design choices. This feels very much like a traced hand. And that's not meant to be derogatory or anything. Like, yep, here's this very abstract furry creature with a very detailed human-looking hand. Built like a cult classic. As Army of the Gorillas. Maybe. There he is. Etoble. I can afford a little bit of cut off if it needs to be. But ideally we keep it all visible. Eh. And I'll have to work with the good grid. For all the hand placements. I'll have to go through the GIF frame by frame when I get the chance that we provided as reference. Another hydration check. Good golly. So hydrated today. Hydrate or dihydrate? Guess I'll hydrate. I have stuff to do. Just to like sell drama. And a little bit of a fill. A very rough one. Ugh, burpee. From all the water. This will sell the ominousness a little bit. An ominous scamp is about to be had. What if a very flat, like flat horizon? People who teach perspective probably have quite the issue with the way I draw these grids so loosely. But hey, at least I'm drawing one. It's just a challenge to fit in a readable body and the amount of limbs that need to move across. It's a challenge to fit in. It is. God, whoever animated that shot was insane. Just a creature alone. I'm looking at the reference now in the corner. God. Trying to analyze steppies. I'll open up the GIF in QuickTime. I should be able to do that, and then I can scrub through it frame by frame. Open with QuickTime. Yes. They also sometimes just grow. Some of the front ones. Like if you look to screen right, let me make it bigger. The screen right very front one, the nearest to the eyes, at some point one of the hands retracts, but instead of that same hand going back to the front again to make a step, a new limb is growing out instead. Which you can kind of tell if I take a cheeky little screenshot from that one frame. Where here you have a limb that was just out and about, stretched out, taking a step, and has stepped back. Instead of that limb then moving out again, instead we have a new one growing out that is making that same step later. Actually, you seen the animated music video of Siamese the Wolf? I don't know. I think it might be inspired by the same creature. Let's see if I can find this. Wait, what was this? Okay. Something I already have to watch later. Seamus the Wolf. Hi, welcome. How you doing, computer? Oh, I have seen this. I think Junie linked this to me a while ago. This one, right? Also, I was drawing over the screenshot while the GIF was blocking the way, lol. Just doing a CSP? Yeah. I'm making thumbnails and I'm studying the reference that was being provided for the animated emote that I'm being commissioned to make. But yeah, this was a limb that was out and about making a step and has then retracted, and instead of that same limb making the next step, there's a new limb being generated from the worms, from the tendrils. Void creature, yeah. Just a little weeb. He looks too curious now in the thumbnail. It's just... Gotta go, have a good one. Thanks for hanging. You'll have a good time? I'll try, you too, or else. 2026, season 2 of Black Clover. Alright. I haven't watched Black Clover. Or else, exactly. There's a real estate I have not yet purposed. Like that first bone is the shortest. Keep that in mind, but also I want things to be framed nicely. I think this is just too curious. I'm gonna just not continue what I was doing there. Hi, Bowler Hat, welcome in. You love angels, your beloved obsession to doodle. I was always the edgy one. I was always like, ooh, demons and devils, yay! The sharp shapes and all that. Have a good meeting, Kieran. Hi, Speed Star, welcome in. Everyone dipping in and out right now. Yeah, I do think this is still my best options. Maybe I just changed the demeanor of Switching back and forth between everything to like make the brain think of something. Music request, thank you. Know with the way YouTube's playlist has been not working like a playlist, I'm starting to wonder if maybe this needs to be a thing anymore. Which sucks, because it's like a part of interactivity with chat. Hi Katie, welcome in. How you doing? Chat, be thankful I'm tired because there's a waiter next to me and I'm ready to murder on this bus. Oh no. What kind of weirdo are we talking about? Do your best to keep ignoring them. I am well familiar with being stuck in public transport next to an individual where you're just like, don't interact with me, 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 don't interact with me. Ah. I don't know if you have a word for it in Dutch. I mean, you can tell me in English, I know English. If the word is in English. Given the yes, we'll call them tweakers. Ah. Yeah. Tokkies, I guess, would be close-ish. Just like very fidgety people, right? Assumedly on some sort of substance, maybe. Don't know if it's an appropriate word to use, though. This may be on like a dangerous like line of like, that's an inappropriate word. Good morning! Are we drawing a weeb rage demon god? Yeah, he wants a scamping emote that's roughly inspired by the creature at the beginning of Princess Mononoke. And I'm thumbnailing out some options of how it could look. How you doing, Enabler? Morally okay way to refer to them, because not knowing the cause is the question. It's none of your business. Best you can do is just ignore them and hope they continue to ignore you. Keep a watchful eye out. And again, I've been on public transit with those kinds of people within close vicinity. Is really the only thing you can do. Just mind your own business and vaguely keep an eye on them that they do not get too close to you. I'm good, how's you? I'm doing alright. I finished this commission, I think. Character illustration. Kieran's emotes have been approved and sent over. And now I'm just doodling some weebs. So far we have... I doodled these yesterday. And I was like, what if we push it some more by, like, moving Weeb's body in depth as well, back and forth? What if more isometric angles for maybe more readability of all the limbs? Because it's going to be much more scampy than the reference provided. That's how Weeb described it as. What if a more flat one for really, like, clear everything? I really want to try actually a more isometric. What is that but more? Like the asymmetric idea? Idea? Maybe. Actual usefulness? We'll see. I just want, like, max readability for a scampy, six-limbed fuzzy creature. Weeb is a creature, he is. Hi Viz, how you doing? Good to see you. Hello, Skins. I don't think I said hi to you just yet either. Hi, welcome. How do you go? About to get back into the Silksong mines? Oh, Godspeed. Hope you're doing okay with the difficulty. I hear people are a little bit mixed on just how difficult the new game is. I would expect Silksong to be more difficult than Hollow Knight, so... This is like when LED DLC came out. Yeah, but in my opinion, that was genuinely just skill issue. I sadly didn't reach the final boss of Elden Ring DLC before the nerf happened. I would have loved to see what that was like. Surely there's maybe a mod out there that powers him up again to that level. If I feel like retrying. Though he was already plenty challenging as was with the nerf, I'll admit. You know, I'm expecting an ass whooping from a boss like that in Elden Ring as a final boss of a DLC by From Software. I heard weird noises outside. So I had to look over, like, what the fuck was that? Stay aware of your surroundings even when you're indoors. Don't know what else I could think of after this one, I'll be honest. I could send these off to Weep for his opinion. And see if he likes either of the directions so far. How's your day going? Day's going alright. My legs are fucking sore, but you know. It'd be like that. You return with fries I can share? Man! I could go for some fries, but alas. Here you go, chat. Oh, just for chat. Take my chip. How'd they get sore? Lots of running. Squats. This split that I have on one of my leg days, my lower workout days, always gives me super sore legs. I start with barbell squats. 3 sets of working weights with a warm-up set before that because safety. Then I do calf presses, which isn't too bad. But then, after those, I do one of the worst exercises known to man, but they're just so effective, I can't not do them. It's the Bulgarian split squat that I do on the Smith machine. Buh. Buh. And then we move on to the seated leg curl, which is for the hamstrings, and then leg extension, which is also for the quads, so that's 3 big exercises for my quads. And then hip adductors, which is the squeeze for your thighs. One day, maybe I'll be able to break a watermelon with my legs. It'll be I'll have to like watermelon because I'm not gonna waste the food. Man, sometimes you just need to beat the boss of a stuck on skong first try after sleeping and resting on it. Hell yeah. It'd be like that. Congrats. Congrats on beating boss. That squat is so hard to do, and you really can make a lot of mistakes when doing a squat. A lot goes into having the right form for a squat. You need to have a wide enough stance, make sure your knees stay pointed outwards when you do your squat. Keep your chest as up as possible so it doesn't turn into another move that's called a good morning. You gotta squat deep enough, which ideally is a little bit beneath 90 degrees of your legs. The diehards will go ass to the grass, which is just full on down. But there's a lot of people who do squats with the barbell that don't even go beneath the 90-degree angle. They go like half, which isn't effective. That's ego lifting. Squats is one of those exercises that I do with lots of careful. Lots of careful. I'm very careful with my barbell squats. I have safety bars when I do my squats so that if I can't handle the weight, if I can't complete the rep, I can drop it safely. I haven't had to do that, and I'm trying to avoid that from happening. While I do try to go to as close to failure as possible, I'm too scared to reach actual failure with the squats, I think. I fail my form before I fail the squat. It's a difficult technique, yeah. What I fail more quickly is the chest uprightness. Anything with heavy weight is scary, yeah. And I don't even go that heavy, relatively. I've seen some weight being squatted in the gym. Holy fuck. There's like another girl just casually squatting like 80 kilogram. And I'm over here at, what, 32 and a half or 35? I think I complete it. Which is about half my body weight. So, granted, she had a spotter with her. I think her partner was with her. Though that's still everything she's doing by herself, but she had someone to catch her if worse were to happen. The most I have squatted for only 2 reps, though, was it 42 and a half? 42, maybe? And that was because I was with my personal trainer, and he would have been there for me. I don't think I'm brave enough to even try that on my own, even for just a single rep. How many reps you're doing? She was doing many. I think she was doing the full 10. Maybe 8? High rep range. And yeah, it is amazing that that is what the human body is capable of. I think the wildest thing I've seen recently wasn't a squat, it was on the leg press. Which, in my gym, it is, you have the C tier at an incline. And they put your weights here, and you have this thing that you have kind of hanging over you, where you put your feet up. This is the leg press, also very good for quads. I am currently, I think I may be able to do 70 kilogram, which would be a plate of 20, a plate of 10, and a plate of 5. Right? Yeah. What I've seen a dude do twice now is he has on each side, I think, a plate of 20 times 8 or 9 on each side on the leg press. He only does like 2 or 3 reps, but it's still like, that's a lot. My glutes aching just listening. Oh, this will be your quads, my guy. This will be quads. I couldn't quite tell whether it was 8 or 9 plates because glasses, lol. I was like squinting like, fuck, I said 8 or 9. Definitely at least 8. But yeah. And 20 kilogram is about 45 pounds. So that's a very strong-legged individual. And maybe I'll get there in time. I was yesterday feeling, was it yesterday or was it, I think it was Monday actually, where I was feeling a little bit like, man, like almost everyone around me is stronger than I am. And I've only relatively just started, of course, on my own. Like, I haven't had a trainer, but I've not had the right nutrition to get much stronger. And I am feeling how much nutrition contributes greatly to strength because I've been in a cut on a while now, right? I've had a little bit too much of the fun stuff during summer than I would have liked in the end. But besides that, my gym performance, my strength, yeah, not as good yesterday and Monday as it has been in the past. Some stuff I progressed on, but a lot of stuff I regressed greatly on. It's weird. Just because you're moving into a higher pond, keep going. I want to. But sometimes it's just like, man, kicks feet, kicks ground, like, I want to be there already. Sometimes you just want to be at the destination already. You're tired of the journey because you have no idea how long the journey's gonna go. And that goes for not just gym, but also art and just a lot of things in life. Sometimes, yes, you shouldn't. The journey is the more important part of than the destination would be. But sometimes you're just like, man, I wish I was there already. But maybe that's just a matter of taking a break from the journey. I try to visualize it as like being actually on a physical journey, like fantasy style. And when you're feeling down and weary, maybe you need to go stop by an inn and just taking your surroundings and then have a little break and then keep on moving after. It's like, what am I gonna do? Turn around? Go back? No. How much did you say you could leg press? I think I'm about ready for 70 kilogram. I've done 67 and a half times 12. 3 times 12 reps. The 3 sets of 12 repetitions. Hero's Journey, yeah. Very much so. When you're in the supermarket, decide if you can lift more than the people there. That's the average person. I don't know if I can. I'm fine with picking up my heavy deliveries of my cat litter that I order every, like, 6 weeks. But that is only, like, a third of my deadlift. My Romanian deadlift, specifically. I don't know, I've never done deadlift. That's a little different. You completely drop the weight for that one. Whereas with a Romanian deadlift, you keep the tension. You hinge as far as you can. Ideally tapping the ground with the plates. And then you go back up again. And if tapping the ground is too easy, then you create a deficit for yourself. You stand on a little platform to get a bigger range of motion, which is nah. Romanian deadlift ranges vary greatly from person to person on each individual's flexibility. I think with your dedication, you're going to start crushing watermelons in no time. Will be nice. Though with the adductor, that was one of the ones that I very much noticed, like, oh, the deficit is doing a thing. I was doing 40 kilogram, 3 reps of 10. and I had to go down in weight last Monday. I had to go to 35 and just barely made 10. With mostly partials still. Like, not complete contact. Upon the squeeze. Hi, Snake, welcome. I'm rambling. Request a watermelon to make a shake. Yum. Fruit salad. Delicious fruit salad. I don't remember the lyrics from that Tom Cardi song. Don't feel bad. I wish I could get rid of this gut I have. I'm also trying to lose some on that area, but we can't decide where we lose the weight. You cannot spot train circumference loss. I just have big questions as to why it's gathering there right now for me. To the point where I'm like, maybe I should seek out a professional about that, because my trainer isn't able to tell me either. Online is like, is it age? Is it gender? Is it both? Is it something else? Congrats, you can like plus nearly 1.5 of my weight, of the weight of one specific human adult. Which specific human adult? Whom's this so small? Me. Itty bitty. If you're beneath 60 kilogram, I can Romanian deadlift you. That's a fun measurement. That sounds awesome. Hell yeah. Oh, you too, Grael? Alright. 48! Oh my gosh. Gods. So I'm on this cut now, right? I feel comfortable enough mentioning some of my stats. Right now I'm at 61.8 kilogram. Trying to go down to 61. Guess that's where I kind of should be with the amount of muscle that I have for a healthy weight. You want to know what the lightest I have weighed this year still? And keep in mind, I am 32-year-old woman of 173 cm, or that's 5'8". I forget whether it's 1 or 2 full thingies. Lightest I've weighed this year still, I've seen on the scale, is 59.2 kilogram. Now, while BMI is bullshit, that's getting a little close to underweight. So, I should not be that weight. Should not be that weight. Guess the haircut took a little off, huh? No. No, this was in April, I think. Beginning of April, I think I weighed this. That even made me go, ooh. Oh boy. Muscle is heavier than fat. What it is, it's a lump of 1 pound of fat is just bigger than 1 pound of muscle. Like, both of this could be 1 pound. And that one. This may be a bit of an exaggeration in terms of scale. Maybe it's more like this. It's denser, is what it is. So I was technically at 59.2. Probably healthy with the diet I had going on to get to that weight. I wasn't gaining any strength. My performance was not progressing at all. I just didn't have the fuel for my body to make things move progressively. Swans I've been as an adult is 42. Good gosh. I'm just like such average human being stats that's so tough for me to comprehend that people can be that light. But yeah, smaller people, if they are shorter, then they are that weight. Someone at my height at 42 kilogram would be extremely unhealthy. I would not wish that upon people. Ain't no way that's good to be at if someone's my height and that weight. You're 5'4". Yeah. Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, I'm 5'8", so if I was a centimeter more, I'd be 5'9". And I have been a centimeter more. I'm already shrinking. That's 42 kilogram in British. Oh, you want the stone? I don't know. Not that many stone. Kg to stone. 42 kg is 6.6 stone. My minor times, man, I wish for a slim male waist. Same. Oh, that is light? Yeah. Never weighed that little as an adult. I have probably not weighed 42 kilogram unless I was the appropriate age to weigh that. As in shorter than I am now. Because I was still growing. And 42 kilogram for the Freedom Unit people. That's 92.5. Almost 92.6. And again, my lightest weight that I had this year was 130 and a half, which in British is 9.3 stone. That's a little bit too light. I was not gonna gain any muscle. And I have gained muscle. But well, we'll see. We'll see how this keeps on going. I just need to accept that there's gonna be some strength loss with this. I've been under 7 and I was very much not happy. Health is wealth, as they say. You're 5'3", 160. Hi, Judy. Welcome in. Different sizes for different people. Ultimately, what matters most is overall health and your own happiness. Kind of screw what society says. Science and health and happiness are infinitely more important. Hands out empanadas. Oh, delicious. Hydration check. That's not an empanada, but thank you. You're thoroughly enjoying the Princess Mononoke gift as reference? Yeah, I figured I'd keep it in there for now. So everyone has the context of like what I'm trying to go after. I think I'm gonna, for demonstration purposes. Move this arm in front and be like, yo, what if this so we can utilize this diagonal space? We can really just reach that corner. We trying to veer away from cute plushy code and into the demonic horror chic? Yeah. He wants to scamp around. Don't know if I should send the same. Let me try to utilize the space a bit more. Because look at all this free real estate that we're not using right now. Okay, thank you, display case, for reminding me that you exist by going click. You ever write something down and you're like, I don't have enough space. So you have to sheepishly select it and move it aside. I think these three are our best options right now. Send these over to Weeb, and then we'll decide on what to do from there. How can I best send these? I'll probably just do cheeky. Gonna send these off to Weeb real quick. Do I do this through VGen? Let's try VGen, see what that looks like. If it wants to load. It's saying I have no commissions. That's not true. How do I send a work in progress? I guess I could use the chat feature in VGen, but I have him on Discord, so I'm just gonna do Discord instead. All right. I think I need to do a quick BRB. And then I'll move on to the follower giveaway thing that happened, was it Monday? Yeah. Just a sketch giveaway for a person who won it. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Give me a second. Make. And Bowler has left. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging. Great new from clipboard. New. There you go. Right. A sketcheroni. The request for this follower giveaway one was a little my interpretation of a famous art piece. Namely this one. This jester has no fucking had it. Backhand. Oh dang, Curzec got a photo of me? Oh no. Have you McFucking had it as well? Let's see. Organize it all proper. And we have a save file to work with. Not like that. More like this, and this, and then wait. That. This. Boo-boo the Fool. He who has McFucking had it. Yeah, Ender requested my interpretation of this painting, with either the options for with me and Mishka, or with Stolas from Hell of a Boss, and I figured Stolas could be good. Stolas is pretty fucking goated. I may still have some work files that I can open up secretly. Model sheets and all that. Everyone desperately needs a fucking break from this insane timeline? Yeah. It is a wacky one. But hey, Has Been Hotel Season 2 is coming out October 29th. I don't know, I saw the trailer for it yesterday. It was the first thing that came to mind. Like, hey, think of this thing though that's maybe exciting to look forward to for people who are into Has Been Hotel. Also, just to say in advance, I have not worked on Has Been Hotel to this day still. So also not for Season 2. And had the privilege. You made it, hooray! Hi Split, welcome. you were just about to see me get started on the follower giveaway art for Ender, who wanted Stolas in resemblance of this piece of historical art. How you doing, Sploot? There he is. Endart. Like, I could just trace the general layout of the painting, but I don't know. I don't want people to be like, "Oh, you're tracing." God, just let me live. Merch. That's right. I do merch. I want to make more. I want to make sweater, cause sweater weather be upon us soon. I survive and may even try to doodle later. Ooh, have a good doodle. Think we're using the merch command. I have yet still to purchase my own mug. I'm gonna get the big one so I can make my latte macchiatos in them. That I make myself these days. Because I am baby, I don't do the bitter very well of coffee. My self-made lattes are mostly milk still. We sure also have a Discord. It is resources first for peeps, and you can unlock chatting along with everyone by hanging out in here and redeeming the full Discord access with channel points. This helps keep out spammers and ne'er-do-wells a little bit. You suck yourself into bed. Happy Arden, Curzec, take care, y'all. Happy Eep. Have a good Eep. And thank you for hanging. Man, why is my composition not the same? Just a little bit over the halfway mark. We got the armrests. Not that far to the screen left, though. Over the halfway point for sure. I also drink baby coffee. Sometimes I just boil a mug of milk and add coffee. Yeah. Yeah, I just use cheapo coffee pads. And I grab a little pan, little pot for the milk that I heat up to a boil. And then let it simmer for a bit. And then I pour it out into a tall glass, like a really tall, big glass. And get out the little hand foamer. I will get a device that does both the foaming and the heating. But that seems like one of those kinds of devices that I would ask for Christmas. Or a birthday. I don't know. There's just something about those kinds of appliances where I'm like, yeah, that's like a nice, you know, not questionable to the relatives or friends kind of gift to ask for. That's how I got my little singular egg boiler. Singular egg boiler as in it just boils one egg. Oh no, Katie Coops has been caught by Ben's shenanigans as a mod who banned the word Christmas. The C word! There he is. LMAO was like, yeah. We had a little bit last stream where it's just like, no Christmas mentioned until after Halloween. I have now permitted a term. I don't want to get peeps in trouble for stupid shit like that. Let's get people in trouble for actual shit, though. Doesn't espresso mean something bad in Dutch? No? Probably should have gave some Soulless Palace dress for you to sell them more easy. Nah, it's fine. I'm not gonna go too fancy on like props or anything. I'm already like, gosh. I could try and do a little trace and just be like, trying to figure out what's going on. Over too much, I can't see what's going on. Or is that the... No, that's chair. We are tracing for studying purposes. Thank you, Wallace. Hope you're having a good one. Just to, like, understand what's going on a little bit better. And more quickly. So flat. Or am I just not seeing things right? Let's see. Can I... Layer, correction layer, level correction. Other way. It got exposed to the sun. Oh no, sun exposure. Yumishka Muck is broken? Wait, are you being serious? No! Oh, I'm so sorry, Ben. Well, what part is broken? Did the ear break off? Or like an entire chip? Or the whole thing shattered? Dang. How did it break? The handle broke into 4 pieces. Bummer. Yeah, that's not ideal. I guess no holding on to hot liquids inside that mug no more, huh? When she put it in the bowl to wash it? Oh. At least it's only the handle. Yeah, but no more hot beverages from that thing no more, though. That's okay, you're saying you never suspected Christmas hate? Oh, I am extremely neutral on Christmas. I don't much care for it. It's a very stressful time. I'm trying not to be a total Grinch about Christmas personally, because I do know that a lot of people are very fond of it. It's also just a tough time of year for a lot of people. Reminders of those who aren't there anymore. Complicated. When everything around you is trying to be like, ha ha ha, jolly, tee hee, hoo hoo hoo, ha ha ha, when you maybe have some memories attached to Christmas. And that can be a bit, rough for people. To see that forced jolliness when you yourself feel kind of miserable. That has been very much the case for me over the years. It already gets to like suddenly real talk about fucking Christmas and in September. But yeah, there's deaf peeps that have a more difficult time with the holidays. And it really is just so flat on, huh? Not a very dramatic perspective. Still can't quite tell if like the wall is. I guess I still have a handleless Mishka mug, yeah. You still have more Mishka mugs than I do. It really is just so very flat on, and I'm not super into that. Very intentional. The story behind the piece is Stanzik was just announced about war in the papers on his right. Ah. Is that what that is? The guns are cool. Like glass, maybe? Boo Boo the Fool. Bit of history behind it. Mm-hmm. I'm glad in the last couple of years my family have finally gotten off my back about how I am required to enjoy the definition of what a Christmas should be. Yuck. Being forced to enjoy something or being told you have to like something is a surefire way to not ever genuinely like the thing. Imagine doing that with literally anything else, like a favorite video game, or a show, or a movie. You cannot force your interests onto other people. Best you can do is invite them along and see if they like it too, and if they don't, well, then it'd be like that. Are you being forced to go to church because I'm thankfully over this? I am not. Never was. This is kind of roughly. Gosh dang, Ben! Hang on, let me clear whatever terms Ben didn't allow last time. There we go. Aha, I'm helping. Helping me get a headache. Xmas and birthdays, decades of getting yelled at for not enjoying it correctly means I avoid them, and so many people take that as a challenge. I don't... Not everyone has to like their birthday. Some people go all out on their birthday, and other people are just like, don't. And if it's their birthday especially, then let them enjoy it the way they want to. Let them have their day the way they want it to be. If I ever stream, I will block like and the. Well, you'd have blocked your own sentence right there in saying this. Everyone starts talking in an accent, yeah. I'm happy on my birthday when I get to have a cake, that's all I'm asking. I am happy to be hanging out with friends. We just want to push the angles just a little bit more. I feel like we can probably do that because of Stolas' proportions, who is very tall. I don't know how tall he is supposed to be canonically. Like, yes, the imps are short, but also Stolas tall. Gangly lad? Uh-huh, very. Probably just me, but after like 24, I just stopped caring and or tracking. A friend of mine had his birthday on Monday, and he celebrated that over the weekend with friends. He had a whole themed party and everything. He always goes pretty hard for his own birthday. Though he is the person that I know personally who celebrates his own birthday the most. Like, the most intensely. And it's like, oh, what's the harm? Other than the fact that I wasn't invited. No. We had. It was the same friend that I met, or met up with at that network event last Thursday. We hadn't seen each other for a while until then, so no wonder I wasn't invited. That's fine. Probably wouldn't have been able to make it out anyway. No. Shut up, Caro. Shut up, Curzec. I'm not confident enough to announce my birthday, so there isn't much for hangout time and presents, and too many times I had my day off taken away from me with nothing but stress at work. Why do I keep getting work interviews on my birthday and have to work right away? Man. I mean, congrats on getting the job. That's a pretty neat birthday gift, you know. Yay, income. But yeah. I celebrated it a bit more last year, my birthday, than I have previous years. But that's kind of because the year before that, the birthday was a little bit overshadowed by something not so great. So I kind of wanted to compensate for it. Like, well, Chair, that's right, Sinister. Hi, how you doing? Birthday without the generous donation of socks is not a birthday. Don't give me socks for my birthday. It was okay time at a call center, but I had plans with family after the interview, expecting to get a date where I start, not right away. Here's the thing though, there's always next year if you wanted to celebrate it a bit more, which is what I did. For my birthday last year. There is always next year, and if not, there is no more worries. Can you tell I don't really draw or design props? I'm just trying to be like, haha, what if more elegant? Because soulless, I suppose. He probably has a chair somewhere that I could reference in the show. Something at the dinner table. Chair. Tree. Hit the targets. What do you mean by this? The music? Ah! Potentially, yeah. 243. Target smash ultimate. Is a lazy fire lizard called a chairmander? That's the seated. What number is Charmander on the Pokedex? Is Bulbasaur's 1? Is Charmander 4? I think it's Bulbasaur, Charmander, and then Squirtle, right? Should I go? Yeah. No, it's okay. I'm overthinking stuff because I'm lame. I think Charmander is 7? Dang. Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Charmander, huh? A Charmander. I may have to change the proportions of this chair because of proportions on Stolas, who is very tall. I'm drawn this fucking. I'll do it in a while. Just I don't like how little space I have. Now you're correct, Curzec Pokedex is number 4. Fuck yeah! Let's go. Internet says 4? Yes. How do you create a playlist to do creative stuff next to it? I feel like I would get bored by my usual music. I am currently just having a video on that has just a playlist within itself. Here's the link to this particular one. I have a stream playlist music. Or stream music playlist on YouTube that I've catered over time. But as of late, YouTube has just been not wanting to play from the playlist. And I'm talking about like the last couple of weeks. I'll click on a video on the playlist and it will, there's like a 50% chance it doesn't play from the playlist. And if it does, it may leave that playlist upon shuffling to the next video. So, kind of useless at the minute. I've just been turning on videos that are a collection of tracks within themselves of a couple hours long. So I don't have to worry about it for a while streaming. God, I wish I remembered how to draw. I feel like such a fucking fraud right now. Trust the process. The tough thing is with this one too, like this man is very much sloped down, no neck visible. Stolas has a lot of neck. I need to decide, like, do I make him hang his head too to that level, or do I still leave some neck visible because he's just got that much neck going on. The music says yeah, but I don't know, man. Almost gamer neck. Posture check. I could be a bit more upright. Dude, I'm so upright right now. Or at least not slouching too much. There you go. Proper posture. And also, Stolas has leg for day. Just a tall boy. I have drawn his shoulders a bit too wide, though. Random main distraction the cat in is apparently named Minette. Oh, as in the name of the cat in that gif. I see. Source? Where, how, with, whom's twin? Solus, you are simply too tall. Though I have drawn his torso maybe a bit too tall. Interview with Miglagi, creator of the original TikTok. I'll know your meme. Let's see. Dare I ask the risky question of, is Minette still alive? That's the real sad stuff sometimes about memes with animals in them. Mina can't suffer the third and final death because we all remember her. It's true. Here's another fun little challenge. Do we foreshorten or do we not? Doesn't look good. Interview was 5 years ago and not much reported after. Maybe we'll learn, maybe we won't. I don't suppose the interview mentions how old the cat is at the time of the interview or at the time of the TikTok. So we can be like, okay, the cat would be this age by now. Oh, still just you and your weird feet. Look at how much I've had to shrink for Stola's proportions. I guess I'm drawing him pre-banishment. After, was it 11? Episode 11 of season 2? Well, with Sinsmas? The Christmas special? Okay, his face is already looking too long. How much I can tell. Harry Potter ads. Ew. Ew. Gross. Boo. Boo, it's Black Mold Lady. Boo. Oh no, Ben, you sent a photo of the broken mug during ads. I'll wait for ads so we can all share the misery. At least so far he's looking like Stolas. Still think the torso's maybe a bit tall. I sent you a photo. I know, I noticed it during the ads. Is that a Daewoo microwave? Behind it? The microwave's broken. I don't know why we still have it. Because it's too heavy to throw out, maybe? We bought another one and just kind of forgot to throw that one out, yeah. Microwaves can get heavy, man. Behold Ben's broken mug. Eindeswin, behold a broken mug. A broken Mishka mug. That's so sad. Get yourself too big. That's, yeah. Be too big. Even. You probably could try raising the back of his seat so is this one long boy. Maybe. I'm still figuring stuff out. Like, it needs to be then, like, this height. To avoid tangents. It's still thumbnailing. But yeah. That's a cute trinket holder. Big stretch. Big trinket holder. And this was taken out of the dishwasher or ready to put in because ew. 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 Oh well. Short-lived. Oh yeah, fucking tail and cape and ugh. I guess it didn't get cleaned after it borked. Uh-huh. You see, if you get a new one, not only is it not broken, it will also be clean. Haha. No, I'm kidding. Can I? Let me see something behind the scenes on fourth wall. Buy 2 Mishka mugs so you could always have one at hand. Dual wield Mishka mug. Think it can be repaired? It's like Japanese art. Oh, you're talking about kintsugi. I know this art. Using gold to repair broken porcelain and stuff. Broken dishes and bowls and plates. I love the concept of kintsugi. Because by using gold, you're adding actually value to the broken piece. It has a story to tell. And it is being, like, communicated that it has a story to tell with the use of the gold. You tried Kintsugi 4 times and I haven't made anything that was 100% watertight. Still looks nice. Yeah. With a handle, I'd be worried about the structural integrity. I'd be worried about my fingertips if I put a hot beverage in that mug. I repair clothes in an obvious way to accent the wear and tear. Ooh, that's cool. Patches? Yeah, yeah. So I'm aware I'm going overtime. I promised I'd try to raid V for once. And she should be going live in 46 minutes. Colorful stitching? Yeah. Using like a bright red thread on blue jeans or something. Wizard of gloves in hand, so hot cups are no problem. Prepared. Just don't go breaking any mugs on purpose, alright? Just because you got the gloves. Especially no Mishka mugs on purpose. How's everyone? I usually miss streams since I sleep in. I'm doing alright. I finished this commission for Ta Technical. I sent over some thumbnails for an animated emote for Weeb that look like this. Very different in vibe all across the board. So we got cute cat girl that's a ghost, creature that's coming for you with many limb, and now we got a sad Stolas. Range over at twitch.tv/Curzec. If anyone is interested in Kintsugi, just remember that the basic epoxy kits they sell are not food safe if that matters to you. Yeah, don't eat epoxy. Epoxy not good for the body. Mouthful of epoxy can tell me what to do. Damn, I guess I have one mod less. So a new position has opened up for a moderator. Any takers? As it seems like Ben will be stepping down. 6 feet under, in fact. Me, Martina, I have great news. You're already a moderator. Ender, you're the chat jester. You can't be a moderator. Only a resident do I qualify? Maybe. There's a cashew-based epoxy you can get that's safe, costs a little more. Might be worth the investment. Don't need any resins, glue, clay, or other materials not labeled as food. Yeah, just ideally. Pick Mishka. Mishka is a terrible moderator. She always sleeping on the job. She's pretending not to be awake right now. See her ear flicker. Oh, ears are turning. You're awake, you little fucker. You got an itchy ear? Uh-huh. She's denting my couch some more. I could do so much funny with power. Ben is already trying to do much funny with his power. And we all saw how that backfired by me permitting the terms again. And even the clay called edible clay, it's a lie. What about edible glue? I've had edible glue. When I was a child. We used the glue to glue candy together. And then they were like, alright. It's all safe to eat, including the glue y'all just used. And it's like, not forbidden glue. Ayo. Not forbidden syrup. I recommend avoiding using restored mugs again. Very brittle and unlikely to be completely water sealed. Yeah, though in Ben's case it's the handle, but it's still the integrity is debatable. Probably. You need play though, because it's the toy designed to be handled by toddlers and they eat anything. Yeah, just make it very salty and unpleasant to eat. But at least not like deadly. They have designed some kind of deterrent. That being said, I have never had Play-Doh in my mouth. I've even barely handled Play-Doh in my life as a child. I did not have that as a kid. And could fiber all of his handles through the floor? Yeah. Yeah, the structural integrity is questionable. Even with a repaired handle. This also keeps out the germs? Yeah! Imagine! Good toy design. Well thought out toy design. Wow. Never like the flimsy residue play doodlies on my fingies. Salty snack. Ben, did you look like this image after the Mishkam hug broke? I audibly gasped. Oh no! Still like thumbnailing out. Barely enough time in this playlist left for until end of extra long stream today. Isn't it funny how early the stream I mentioned, like, guys, I may need to like take a break of streaming for like a week or reduce the hours, and here I am today, that very same stream, going for an extra hour because I want to raid my friend, lol. Bullshit shotgun. No, it's for V! You know what? Maybe I'll just stream an hour shorter on Friday or Saturday. How about that? Balancing it out. Reduced hours? Yeah. This you, cutting up Sonic Worm? With my Moonlight Greatsword? O Venator? It's Wednesday V1 on the stream? Yeah. She's gonna be working some more on her Life 2D project, I think, is what she said she wanted to do. Oh, hey, look, we're back to Undertale. And Toby Fox jams. God, I have seen the speed at which some of the people on the show draw the characters. I'm just like, holy fuck, y'all are so familiar with these. Gonna be sweet to raid V? Yeah. Return rate after V did the good Wamper art. Exactly. And she's gonna do the good Wamper rig. I spent weeks at an evening pottery class making and decorating a mug with Starry Night painted on it. My dad watched it despite me telling him not to and took a big chip out of the rim. I had it for less than 2 days. Oh, it's so sad. I'm so sorry, Sploot. Oh. And that's the handmade thing too, fuck. I've never had the joy of handling pottery class stuff. I think my friend Bry has joined some pottery classes. Well, you draw Blitzhorns in perspective so much you probably draw anything. Yeah, that one shot in, was it episode 6 of season 1? Ugh. Buh. His entire response was shrug and ignoring it. That's messed up. I'm so sorry, Sploot. That seems like quite the indication of like having no idea the amount of work that goes into that kind of stuff. You deserve better than that. You deserve a new mug, handmade by your dad. Minimum. Equal amount of time and energy poured into it. Pretty painting molds and pour molding clay into the fire. Oh, he knew. He's just an ass who doesn't care about anything other than him. Man. Hi, V. We were just talking about you. Damn, you're still going, queen shit. Yeah. It's almost like I said last stream. It was like, oh wait, you're streaming on Wednesday at this time, right? V, you're streaming in 34 minutes, right? Right? Please tell me you're streaming in 34 minutes. Half an hour? Yes. Good. I think his ass deserves to get a special ass hat mug for his birthday. Wait, if it's before V, does that make it you? I don't know. I'm dumb. Unless you want to take a power nap. V, please. I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. Gotta go prep stream. Have a good prep. I'll see you in a bit. I'll be over here with sad Stolas. Thumbnail Stolas at that, even. Trying to squeeze in everything I need squeezed in. Watch out for hyenas. Not the hyenas. They're fine. They're just giggly little fuckers. I want this to be more dramatic. In proportion. I may also just center him a bit more. God, these hands. Oh god, how am I gonna do that with fucking Bony Finger McGee Stolas? With the gloves are probably... Oh, in the length. Like this. To accentuate the elbows more, as opposed to that. He has no regrets, he has regrets. Some good animation in that song in Season 2, Episode 11. Whoa. I forget their name. They're one of the leads. Amazing animator. Just 3D rotations real good while acting. Very James Baxter levels of fucking cool. Still his office medication. He very much needs his meds. Because even with them, he is quite miserable. I think. Hopefully we'll hear back from Weeb on whether he likes any of the thumbnails I've sent, or maybe I can decide on something before Friday. I would not be spending as much time on this giveaway piece as I have on Ezra's and Draco's. And I only colored Renee's because it was just based off of a drawing that I already had by his request. He wanted that pose, but with him. And it's like, okay. I don't want to be done too quickly. So I'll just give it some color, lol. James Baxter. And hydration check. Hear this? It's a bottle of water. I'm gonna drink out of it. I like how the idea is going. If only I could, I would 100% pay commission for a full canvas recreation of this idea for you. Aww. It's all good. I didn't realize you were so into Stolas. I mean, my favorite character from Helluva is Vortex. Who doesn't have enough merchandise! Meh. That's a lie. That's just Curzec swinging her head around and her brain is making the noise. Yeah, you're right. You caught me. You caught me in 4K. It's true. Drinking water? Say it ain't so. I'm saying it is so. I am drinking that H2O. The animated name that will always just make me think of the horse named after them from Adventure Time. Yep, that was pretty much the joke. And I believe also that entire, like, first episode with the character introduced is essentially the retelling of Pendleton Ward coming to terms that he'll never be as good as an animator as James Baxter. And so instead shifted gear and decided to focus on getting good at other stuff. Which, well, I'd say with the success of Adventure Time, he done pretty good. I like his character and I resonate with him, with some of his struggles, even if I'm not some kind of prince. You don't have to be the same class as a character in order to relate to them. Stolus! Hi, Dizzy. Speaking of medication, where is mine? Certainly something I can relate to. I don't know. I am not in charge of meds of other people. Or even mine, for that matter. How you doing, Dizzy? Art thou also a Stolus fan? You know what the Malamar do? Have you ever heard about my friend Malamar? No? Isn't that a Pokemon? It sure is a Pokemon. It's the fucking evil-looking squid. Fucking, it's fucked up how that cute Inkay evolves into that thing. Look at this. Jesus Christ. I thought it was a candy. Nope. Maybe you're thinking of Maltesers? That would be... Oh, there's Dutch on this packaging. That would be these things, the little chocolate things. Cute owl. It's an owl squid. That's dark water, or water dark, either or. Do you want to be someone? God, that's a fucking one hell of a line, though. I heard a guy speaking Dutch in a YouTube video, and it made me think of World doing his Dutch English impression. Oh no. His Dunglish. For when you sound like this? Yeah, hey, Ender, I'm gonna deny one. Don't want to permit that term. Automod being Automod. Love Maltballs, are those any good? The Maltesers? I'm a disliker. I don't care for them. You're so good at Dunglish. Your English is fine, Martina. It's a 6 out of 10. I'd say 7. Minimum. That was a candy. See, I've heard people in the US say Malamars, but never seen it written down. I think it's a marshmallow thing. Malomars, maybe? Like, all US snacks I hear of them on TV and never see them, so I don't know. I don't know either. When I hear snack and Mal, that was my first thought, Maltesers. Yeah, I don't care for Malteser. I had them once many, many, many years ago, and it's just very airy biscuit with a thin layer of chocolate. That doesn't really do anything for me. It's not enough of either of the things. Not enough of the chocolate, not enough of the biscuit for me. And listen, if people think my English sounds like from a Brit or a Dutch, you crushing it. Yeah, I've heard Martina talk English. I've heard Martina talk. Ooh, I've seen Martina in person. Ooh. Can confirm, Martina real. Martina based. Martina excellent maker of food. Oh god. The pinky, that's the ring finger. Like, AI could never. Touch test pass, she's real. And surely Martina can confirm that I too am real. Very real. See? I'm not an AI. For the doubters out there. Which when I was real, I wish so too. I'm just avoiding drawing these hands because help. I'm gonna do another cheeky little trace to just be like, okay, what's what here? It's akin to the drawing I did for my first art fight this year. Oh god, the fingers flowing into each other, their arcs. But they're hanging very much from the knuckle and the palm. The knuckles are going up, but then the wrist is down. Wow. Where thumb? No thumb. Just imagine if Renee was real. I can imagine it. Glorious. Like an actual person, not some doofus on an asteroid, I know, right? What's next? He's having a beard and is 180 centimeters tall? He is not a whole lot taller than I am, that is true. Can't believe for that obvious mimic in peak. Oh no! I didn't know there were mimics, or is this a moderated? Modded peak? You survived? Yay, survived! It's in the mesa. I never made it past jungle. The one time I've played. Alright, still only has like 3 fingies and a thumb, so an additional challenge has appeared. Shit. I'm not worried too much about proportion right now. Need to decide on what I want to do with this index finger. God, I feel like such a fucking fraud right now. Oh my god. Drawing a character I've drawn for a living and I'm fucking it up, dude. Lol. Got this bastard in my showreel. Well, maybe not in my showreel right now, but the hand anatomy gears are grinding. I can hear it. Not even just the anatomy, but also the stylization and the lack that there is a finger fewer. It's just like, wait, fuck. How do I still get that same feel, but with 1 finger less? Which one do I make? Like, I still want to have that pinky out because that's very much like that saggedness. But then, like, fuck, where do I move the index and middle fingy? You go take your time. It's a while. It's been a while. Yeah, this is terrible. Just delete it all. It's not worth it. Not worth keeping. Also, his hands are so small. Proportionally, right now. knuckles cannot be this far apart. It's like minimum. Because that's where the contact is. I usually try to combine the pinky and ring finger when doing 5 to not get too complicated with the poses. Yeah, but this one is like the most separated fingies of them all, and it has a very distinct gesture and emotion in it. So kind of ideally you want to capture that with these fingies too. This is probably the best I can do. Roughly. Although... no. Not the fingy there. Maybe we stick out that other index finger. I like how you're very keen on little details. This is not a little detail to me, though. There's a lot of storytelling in the whole pose. This is a tired, like, well, kind of man, and it's all just hanging, and everything is hanging in this horrendous realization that's going on in the story of this picture. And it's showing in as many parts as possible. There's no energy, only being held up by the chair and the components of it and his own limbs. It's all just hanging. His hands are hanging, only being held up somewhat by his own fingers intertwining. So kind of don't want that thingy to stick out, but also this makes that index thingy a little long if I do it like this, but I may just have to. I agree it's very intentional, but some artists couldn't just pass it. I'd say a lot of artists could pick up on this. I'm probably missing stuff that other artists would be like, yeah, no, that's what's going on. A very defeated pose, yeah. If he were a cat, he'd be liquid now. If he were a cat, he'd be flopped on his side. Like, well. Probably the best I can do hands-wise. I should make the rest of this piece flipped, for that way I can better see any, like, funny mistakes or points of improvement, things I can push more. I don't know how puffed his chest is actually. Maybe not. No, it's not this puffed. Skinny legend. If he were a cat, I have not been fed in forever. It's been seconds. I imagine second set of eyes will also be sad. They don't emote as much, his other pair of eyes. They'll go eye widen, but not as sad as his main eyes. They can frown a little bit. They don't blink, that is for sure, though. Oh, I get it. Eyebrows, that's right. You think so? They do tend to show his internal state. They do get sad at the second season and all. More subtly, though, at the very least. Oh, this is curving in way too much. Much more like that. And I've repositioned his center. From Zilder, the mechanics behind the second eyes. They go a bit harder in expressiveness when it's like big, wide, more comedic expressions, but the more subtle stuff, not as much. Don't need to worry too much about the shape underneath there. Talking to myself like, stop, stop. Buzzing about details no one will see. It's 7. Is V gone live yet? Yes. I'll just try to place some eyes. She's still near starting a soon screen. Oh gosh, no, I'm getting raided now. No, God, I was about to raid out in like a couple minutes, but hi, I suppose. Thank you for the raid. How you doing? How was your stream? Thank you for the follow. Howdy, howdy. Well, this doesn't usually happen because I'm also usually no longer live at this hour. Teehee. Went over an extra hour. Howdy, everybody. How y'all doing? My name is Curzec. I'm also known as Caro. I'm an animator. I'm drawing a Stolas right now. Very sad. Very inspired by this painting as per request for Ender in chat. Quick show reel. I can do show reel because I have not just drawn Stolas right here. I've also animated on the show. Check it out.
Alright, let's do this!
I can assure you I'll pirates like this for thee.
Bring it, Barky! I will drink you under this fucking table! You have no idea what kind of night I've had!
Kijk maar uit, want anders val je zomaar op je gat.
Wow! That's me. Thank you all for the follows, everybody. Welcome in, for just a little bit longer because I really was just looking at my raid target who just went live herself and I promised I'd raid her because lol funny. But yeah, I draw on stream, sometimes animate. I've recently started taking commissions. I just finished this one, a character illustration half body for someone. I sent out some thumbnails for a animated emote that's completely custom made. They wanted something that resembled their character moving around scamp style like the creature from Mononoke. This GIF that was provided as reference so generously by the person who wants me to animate their thing. So I was thinking maybe something similar with like a Dutch angle and then like maybe pressing and pushing the depth of it more so it reads well when it's smaller, because I know all too well how small emotes actually get. Some slightly different angles, so maybe pushing some proportions some more for depth, or maybe just more flat on for a lot of real estate in the space that emotes provide. Just really trying to max out on available space and feel and vibe. And now I'm working on a giveaway sketch because every 100 followers I have a random art giveaway for someone who follows and is present in chat when they happen. And I also finished some static emotes recently. Here... These are. Also completely custom made, no bases whatsoever. Pushed and pulled with the design provided by Kieran Goldcrest is the commissioner. The wave has been approved by Twitch already as a follow remote on his channel. That's what I do. That's me! There he is! Get him! If only you had your gasp emote. If you do. I don't know if you do. You have your wave and your heart? Anonymous gifter! Thank you for gifting 5 subs! Thank you so much for the support! Holy heck, that came out of nowhere. Thank you so much! I've also got emotes of my own that I'll make myself. I am an affiliate streamer who has maxed out emote slots recently. I filled them all in so you get a lot of bang for your buck. If you do subscribe, or if you gift sub and it's still September, they're still discounted. Thank you so much, Anonymous Gifter. I'm gonna snooze these ads that are about to hit me in like a minute. Wait, freak. There it is, there's the gasp! I was doing emotes last time on the stream. Yeah, Gad, give me art tax. Art. Have you at least introduced my folks yet? Yeah, thank you so much for bringing folks over. Because I think you could hit partner if you want to get more slots. I want partner. Conquer, thank you for gifting us up to Gad. And thank you for the follow. Follows are anonymous as well, because that makes it more lurker friendly. But I will say thanks out loud if you end up chatting in chat. So Wilkesry, thank you for the follow just now. I see you chat just now. Big Baron as well. Let me just double check. This is a relatively new thing for me to do. To have the follows anonymous. Because I used to say the names out loud when someone followed, they were appearing on stream. Because I thought that was my way of showing things, like saying out your name, but it makes some people shy. And it's like, okay, well, I want to accommodate for that, so we're doing it like this now. But yeah, Gad, give art tax. And also, I really would like to reach partner one day. I do have the partner push tag in my stream. I'm admittedly not really doing anything active to partner push because I just don't know how. I may have an emote slot unlocked already if I were to hit partner because I had that many emote slots. I had that many sub points at some point, I think. I love calling out my chat. Yeah, but that's your chat. This is follows, more making it more lurker friendly to hit the follow button. Those who do not want to be called out by name in this way do not get called out by name. Yeah, I would love to one day reach partner. I would try to do a lot of good with that verification badge. I wanna go more into animation teaching and making that more acceptable and approachable. I'm gonna go over all the basic principles of animation, all the 12 principles, and some of the nitty-gritty stuff like leading. Leading is so powerful once you learn about leading. Are you in Discord trying to send art tags? I do have a Discord. I don't have you on there though. I don't suppose you and I. Discord. Imagine it being called that. Yeah, I have a community Discord, which community features for it are unlocked with channel points, so as to keep out people who have ill intentions and want to spam in my server, which I'm trying to prevent by doing it like this. But you can still very much enjoy any resources and a couple of community channels that I have visible for some folks. Hype about learning about this leading. There you are. Holy shit, how did you find me? Oh, right, you were also in that server. Gotcha. Yeah, we're both in Animation Station server. Fucking der. Show our tax. Or coward. Only cool kids. Kids that behave. Kids that have been filtered out and tested the vibes. Ooh, here they are. Let's get these into the obus. Sin, thank you for the bits! Hype! Thank you so much for 20 BDs! Appreciate. Also, because I'm an animator, I make all my alerts as well. Hehe. Yeah, get a load of these emotes. We got this one. All from Gad. We got Peanut. We got no more music. We're gonna wind down with some coffee tunes before we raid out. And we got Panic. Panic Sunny Crush. R.I.P. Let's get these a bit more centered. Looking good, Ged. Is this all just rigged animation? Not that that rig is any less effort, but like you've set up these emotes in a way that you can make them relatively quickly. Your character here ideas. Because I have 2 your character idea or 2 your character here animated emote options on my VGen, but they'll still require all hand-drawn stuff. I just have the timing and spacing set out already. I don't need to think that over anymore. Yeah, looking good, Gad. Killing it. It's all Toon Boom pegged animation. The animation is the same, but I just changed out the art. Hell yeah. Lot of mileage. I want to offer, I've got this emote and this one. They're also just one drawing, so should be done very quickly. It's just peg. But I am, you can only have 5 services at a time on VGen if you're not a verified account, so I gotta get a couple of commissions in and certain ratings, and then it should be good to go. So I need a little bit more time. You like a good NMPEG? Hey now, hey Ender. This is why you don't get mod. Bad. But yeah. Unfortunately, you have caught me at the extra end of my stream. I've hit snooze twice now. I've got 1 snooze remaining. And my raid target has been live. I've got a commercial break in progress. Fucking, don't you love it? Don't you love it when instead of showing an ad, it's telling you that an ad is playing. So you get no ad and you get no stream. You just get to look at the void of Gradient. Really, really good. And I hit pause accidentally, so now I need to look at this thing extra long. I sure do love the void. Very Gradient void. Gonna bring it over to Lady Vignette, who is gonna be working on a Life 2D rig for her Halloween model. She's turned herself into a vamper, which is how we say vampire around these parts because it's funny. And I also like vampires, and I'm self-conscious when I say the whole thing out loud. I prefer the void over having an ad blast out my eardrums. I prefer to see the stream if there's no ad being presented to me at all. Someone want to advertise to you, but alas, you have nothing to advertise, which is weird because Netlands has plenty of advertisement space. We've got like 5 variations of a McDonald's ad right now. It's stupid. But then you won't give Bezos money. I don't think Bezos is getting any money from looking at the Gradient Void either, but whatever. But yeah, I'll be back Friday. I'll be continuing the drawing for Ender. Maybe I'll get my feedback back from Weeb on the animated emotes. So we shall see. Thank you all so much for hanging out, everybody. Thank you all so much for sticking around and chatting along. Hope you all have a good remainder of your Wednesdays. Have a good Thursday. Hope to see y'all next time. Until then, take care, stay safe, and wash your hands. Bobby! Ah.